Hey, remember that one time when I opened the doors to the tavern and literally everybody fell into the pit one after the other? Remember that? Was that this time? It was today? Oh, good lord. The brain damage is worse than I thought. Awful. Absolutely awful. Not a one was freed from the pit. It's tough. It's tough. What can I say? What can I say? Yeah, so much so that the pit poster stays on the screen. Hell yeah. Oh. Maybe the tightest race we've had so far. Oh my god. That was insane. Was that 5 or 6 people all within it? That was 6. That was incredible. Hi everyone, hi. How you going? Yours lagged? Sorry, bud. Not much I can do about it. But I mean, good effort. Good effort despite the lagging. You totally just tuned in and barely got that one. No, good effort on everyone's behalf. Oh, good job everyone. Hi, how we going? I see a Minnow, I see an Alt, I see a Digi, I see a Billy, I see a Dust, I see a Pretender, I see a Fire. How are we going today? Welcome. Thought you were going to miss out, but you got like 10 seconds on the time. Heck yeah. Dust, you are officially the first and only to have not fallen immediately into the pit. Well done. I can't believe that we've gotten to that part. Like, we've dropped so low that we need to celebrate when people don't fall into a hole, but well done. You've done it. Congratulations. I knew you had it in you. You did it. Oh, a 9 is close. Consider yourself lucky today, Fire. But yes, how are we going? Eating banh mi right now. Oh, yum, delicious. Speaking of, to the pit with you. Literally, Bottle, you've fallen onto just an ocean of bodies. Just an absolute ocean of bodies. We started stream and 5 people fell into the pit immediately. Myself rolling a 1 as part of that equation. As you fall backwards onto the pile. Excellent. Welcome. One of us. Wasn't totally looking where you're going. Caught yourself from slipping over the edge. No, that's fair enough. That's fair. Because usually when you are looking where you were going, you end up face first into the pit. So clever reversal. Welcome everybody. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've had a good week so far. But disregard everything else that's happened this week. Disregard everything. Good, bad, ugly, doesn't matter. Because right here, right now, it's world building time, baby. We introduced the concept of Brink last Wednesday. After quite a bit of debating, and I really appreciated that because I feel as though we've refined and purified the concept down into its essence, and we ended up on Brink, and I was really happy with that conclusion. Hi Paradox, welcome. Is still the only one above a 10? Correct. We've had about 50 people roll so far, and you're the only person above a 10, correct? Doing good. Figured out your art projects for the month. Congratulations. Good job. How's the roster of characters going? Hope you're having fun with it still. But yeah, after thinking about it for a little bit today, I reckon the first thing that we'll do as part of this stream is we'll sort out generally what our world map looks like for Brink. That way we can identify continent shapes and be like, okay, well, the tavern exists on this continent, and we've got this continent down south, and blah, 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 blah. So it means that if people want to take concepts away from this stream and work on ideas separately and then come back to the table afterwards, they'll have like places on the map that they can point to, which I think will be quite helpful. And then once we've done the map, I think most importantly, we'll start delving into what exists within the Duskwood Hollows, which is the biome that Talltale Respite belongs in, and then the tavern exists in Talltale Respite. So once we've got the map, we'll start deciding on like local creature, fauna, flora type stuff, any sort of fashion trends that we might want to establish for the area, level of magic, level of technology, that kind of thing. Hi, Bogwitch. Hi, welcome. Oh, Bogswitch. Welcome. How are you going? Hope your week's been good so far. You had a friend over till 1 a.m. last night, so you're only now awake and about to get breakfast, so you'll mostly be lurking today. No stress. All good. Do what you gotta do. Watching Invasion on Apple TV will be lurking. No stress whatsoever. Enjoy the show. Okay. Let's open up a new file. And a map we have... a burgeoning map we have at our disposal. Let's have a look. Planet references. Okay, so after the session last week, we ended up with a planet shape. So we kind of have a starting point to work with. Thank you for the follow, Bog. Thank you very much. Welcome to the tavern. Hope you enjoy your stay. Doing all right? Hope everybody's doing well today. Yeah, good. I'm doing really, really well today. Tackled a couple of things that I really needed to get to, so I'm pleased with my productivity so far. But none of that matters, given that it's time for world building, and I need to I'm locking in. High stress, none good. The negative Mahali that look. Oh no. Time to wrangle a kid to bed. Good luck. Godspeed. You got this. Basic Drawtober, following a prompt every day, though keeping the minimum as liner. Yeah, good. Good to limit yourself. That way you're not burning out immediately. Continuing the roster, but not required to add a head a day. Good. And one big drawing you would like to finish within the month. Hey, no, these seem like really reasonable milestones to try and hit. So good luck with tackling them. You got this. 17. Congratulations, Witch. You have rolled the highest of everybody in the stream so far today. Dust had previously rolled a 15, which was our highest. Everybody below Dust was below a 10. So you're doing incredibly well. You're setting really high standards for everybody here at the tavern. Okay, so let's start with shapes. Let's start with basic shapes, shall we? We have planetary masses as well as continental masses. So we need to keep that in account. How's that going to work? Oh God, I've got no idea, but we'll give it a red hot go. Zoom, zoom, rum, bum, 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 bum. This is just going to be super rough just to begin with, and then we can refine afterwards. Don't worry about getting it. I'm speaking to myself more than anyone. Don't worry about getting it 100% correct right off the bat. It's almost like there's a big connected crusty bit all the way up the top of the map. So it's almost like you have a reverse Antarctica where the entire top half of the map is all connected. Seems to be the case. Based on this globe shape. Not being easy. It's not easy being at the top. I completely agree. Not that I know, because I've rolled the lowest of everyone so far. Figures you'd roll well on the bot, but never IRL. It's tough. It's tough. Well, the thing is, your brain does a really good job of throwing out all good things. Hear me out. Whenever you roll well, you always think to yourself like, oh, finally, I'm finally rolling well. And you just kind of take it as a given, like, I was owed good rolls at some point, and I finally got them. Great. But then when you roll poorly, you always think to yourself, this again, I always roll poorly. And you're kind of reinforcing that notion, regardless of whether or not it's true. You're reinforcing it over and over and over again. Like, hey, I am bad at rolling, and this result proves it. It's proved. Truly the case. Truly and completely. So what I'd encourage that you do next time that you're rolling in person is make note of and celebrate the good rolls. So when you roll poorly, you'd be like, oh, I rolled poorly, but I did roll really well for a good portion of this session so far. So you're not just reinforcing the negative, because you can do the same thing with feedback as well. Like if you're reading comments or you're receiving feedback from somebody like, hey, can you tell me like what you like and dislike about my work, for example, like my artwork? Can you tell me what you dislike and you like? And people tend to absorb the dislikes a lot. They take them on board, like, okay, yeah, I can work on that, I can work on that, I can work on that. But then as soon as they hear compliments, they're like, oh yeah, well, thanks for the compliments that you give me, but I can't really do anything about those. You know, like, cool, I'll put those over in the corner and I really absorb the negative feedback. And then you take on, I don't know, this burden of negativity that you don't really need to. You really shouldn't, if anything. Not being a pessimist, you've kept track before, once had a session where you never rolled above an 11. But everybody does. Everybody does. It's the law of probability. So yeah, you might have a session like that where you never roll above an 11, but I reckon you haven't kept track of the sessions where you roll pretty decent. Or heck, even real good. But you haven't kept track of those ones. Law of equivalent exchange, pretty much. Full Metal Alchemist had it back in like what? The early Stone Age? Whenever that anime came out. Got him. It's not true. I was around for that. Frick. Full Metal Alchemist? Yeah, exactly. It was me. It was me the whole time. You should rewatch that. It's pretty good. I read it. I never watched. But I've heard that Brotherhood was more accurate to the anime, more accurate to the manga. So if Brotherhood is similar to the manga, then I can recommend Brotherhood. I can't speak to the original anime though, because I'm not familiar with like what the story was, because apparently it changed quite drastically towards the end. Always try to live in the present, celebrate all the good around you right now. It's a good mentality to have. It's 100% a good mentality to have, because otherwise, as I'm saying, you can kind of brush all of the good things by the wayside, and that's not fair. It's not fair on yourself, because like good things are happening and you can go bah humbug. You can't do that. It's not good. I do enjoy my Harley streams a little, but it gets really preachy and it gets weird. Keeps telling me to be positive. Freak that guy. You are the humbugger. Ooh, so kind of like the Hamburglar, but like way more specifically against Christmas. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, it's October, so we're basically celebrating Christmas at this point. That's what the shops have told me anyway. Thank all that's good that I never did geography, because if I had an old geography teacher, they would be actually murdering me for real right now. Molly, what is this? What is this crap that you're doing on your screen right now? I'm sorry. Frick you. We're not skipping past October. That's what I want to say, but I mean, I have seen Christmas stuff. Granted, I have also seen Halloween stuff, but that's kind of new. Australia doesn't really do Halloween stuff. Not usually. Okay, based on what I can see of the globe, we've got maybe have this break off as another plate section here. Yeah. And then we have another one up here that leads up into this northern section, like so. It almost looks like, you know, those crafting sheets where you're like, I'm going to assemble an outfit, and you cut out all of these different disparate shapes and then you sew them all together. It almost looks like one of those. Always thought of it as a pain, leaving scars both physically and mentally. It's just a tragedy that pleasure and positivity seem to fade so quickly. Well, that's the thing, right? Is you need to come to the realization that that is the case, that that's what happens, and then adapt to it. So, like, okay, I don't celebrate, you know, the good things, the good times enough, so I should go out of my way to do so. Give them the celebration that they deserve, you know? Familiar with cartographic projections? I am not. I'm familiar with the concept of cartography, but I've never practiced it myself. Okay, and then we kind of need a continuation of that side. It's a pretty giant continent. Well, like, plate. It's a pretty giant plate. Yeah, we'll go with that logic. Hup. And then it connects to down there. To here. Right? Whoop. If we're doing that, let's make this a little bit more nice. October and November are your favorite months. You need them to stay their allotted time. That's fair. No, that is fair. Don't. No, I agree with that concept. Don't get rid of the good thing, even though. Yeah, celebrate the good time. Hi Astrid. Hi. Welcome. Imagine it as a survival mechanism. Positive things sustain life, but painful things can quickly end it. So it's more important for us to remember them. But you just yap it. No, it's one of those things where you can definitely hypothesize about it. But I still think it's important to recognize, like, oh, well, does it help with my survival now to stew in the negative? The answer is usually no. So I wouldn't recommend it. How you going, Astrid? How's your day been? How's your week been so far? I want to add in some sort of mass here. We'll put a little tiny fragment down the bottom there. I want to put in some sort of unique shape mass here. So just to keep everybody in the loop, I'm putting together all the plates. So these are land plates. On the plates, you've got continents and you've got oceans, but they'll all take place on the plates. So these are the basic plates that I've got so far. I want to add one final unique looking plate here. And then once I've got that plate down, then we plonk the continents down. Is the plan. Not feeling too great. Kind of on the verge of a panic attack. There are a few things that you can do. Generally speaking, going through breathing exercises helps a lot for me. So, going through like controlled breathing cycles can really help to ground. Finding something to pay attention to and ground you in the moment as well can really, really, really help. I'm not sure what works best for you, but if you do have a sense of what works best, I would go with that as your anchoring point. That's just our holdover from simpler times? Yeah, for sure. For sure. Astro, let me know if you do need further help, and I can quickly look up a guide for you that I can flick your way. Can't promise it'll help, but it's the best I've got. Part of the reason you came here, you can kind of talk it out, focus on something else. Currently have a fidget with you right now, that's helping as well. Good. Something to focus your attention and keep you grounded in the moment. Grounding is like the most important thing, so focus on like what's happening right now. Don't think about other stuff. Just like the ground beneath your feet, like smells in the air, like maybe sounds that you're listening to, somebody's voice, mine in this particular case, I guess. Anything to keep you thinking about what's taking place right here, right now. Okay. What kind of unique looking landmass? Not landmass, plate mass, I guess. I don't know. Or should we just leave it as like a broken puzzle piece? Missing. Yeah, no, we can just leave it as a chunk. Yeah, there's just a chunk that's missing. Cool. Yep. And it could, if anything, we could set this up as almost like a maelstrom, right? This is a particularly turbulent section of the we need to come up with a term. If we want to start thinking about terms, by the way, we need to think of what this thing is called. The thing that connects all the plates. It's technically like a magic bubble, like of magical pressure that pushes out the plates and keeps them out at that particular distance. And it does have tension, and you can sail on them. It's almost like an astral sea, but I'm not sure if astral sea is the term that I want to go with. You were just doom scrolling when you probably shouldn't have been. You were catching yourself up on the news, just spiraled down. Yeah, no. Doom scrolling is never, never the solution. I have intentionally uninstalled quite a few apps to avoid doom scrolling just completely. Had to silently dip to pick something up. But you're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, so this is what we've got so far for plate masses. So these are the different plates that the continents and the oceans actually are situated on. If you're looking for a grounding element, Alt, I imagine that your Rodent Kingdom island world takes place on this little wedge here, but that doesn't have to be the case. If you wanted something smaller or in a different location, you let me know and we can always talk about where we'd want to place it. No, thank you. You eat off the floor. Oh, well, how very magnanimous of you. Thank you for letting me know what your preference is. Ads, yep. Okay, well, ads are going on. How big is the wedge? Because it's an island, but you want to be like Hawaii sized or New Zealand sized. So that plate is this plate. That plate is this plate. That plate is this plate. If that gives you a sense of size. So, for example, that continent there would probably be the size of like Africa or something. So this is kind of like a Madagascar sized plate here, and then you'd have the island on the plate. Does that make sense? Thing that keeps the plate suspended, looking for a name for that? Yes, looking for a name for that phenomenon. What it's called in the like in the loose sense, I'm not sure. Like that can be something separate as well, but a name for what it is, yeah. So it's a Madagascar. Yeah, exactly. Just turned 18 this year. It feels like when finally time to be an adult, everything's absolutely going to crap. No, you good. Kind of scared as a disabled gay person. It does suck. I won't say that it doesn't. But I will say that there is, like, the world is heading in a positive direction in that sense. Like, if you just compare to, like, 15, 20 years ago, like 10, 15, 20 years ago, it's like night and day. So, yes, the immediate kind of does stink. But I would say that it won't be the lasting state. These things tend to have a positive trajectory. Might be a little bit off base. The core of the planet could be a magnet, like the thing that's superconducting levitation. The plates hover because of magnetic repulsion, can sail between plates with boats that have magnets at the bottom. I do like that. No, you're good, Astrid. You're good. I do like that a lot. The radiance. Ooh. Okay. I like the idea of it being like a giant lodestone. So yeah, it's like a magic core, quote unquote. But it could have basically the effect of magnetic repulsion. Like in simple terms, it's basically doing magnetic repulsion, but it's just known as magic. I do like that a lot. Okay. Yeah, okay. I like that a lot. Let me quickly... the radiance. I do like that term. The radiance. Magnetic repulsion. Might not be directly magnetic repulsion, but functionally the same. So we can tack more functionality onto whatever this phenomenon is. So we can say like it's magical, it does this, it does this, it does that, but it also acts in that way. Feeling a bit better? Have to get ready for school, so bye. Good luck with getting ready. Enjoy your day. Hopefully I've helped. I hope you feel better. You know, the idea is a bit too real life. Easy ways you could describe it. Perfect way of describing it. Perfect way of describing it, because it's like it's described the tangible mechanic, which I appreciate. Small words. So there's a thing with superconductors where their magnetic fields go a bit weird, and you can almost like tidally lock things in a magnetic field. So usually magnetic fields, it's like a thing, and then it goes zhuo, 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 and it does like an opposite magnetic field on the other side or whatever. Something that's a superconductor does like a weird thing where it allows things to like kind of become like locked within the magnetic field at whichever like level of the field that you place it at. It's a really weird thing. I highly recommend looking into is it quantum levitation? I don't think that's what it's actually called. It might be. Still, I highly recommend looking into it. It's really cool. Make the words bigger so they seem cooler. Hell yeah. Cartographic projections are the way you distort a 2D spherical shape onto a 2D, 3D, onto a 2D plane. How most maps Greenland appears much bigger than it actually is. That's the standard Mercator projection. Different projections are distorted in different ways, and Alber's conic projection keeps areas accurate but distorts shapes. Most atlases favour the Robinson and Winkett triple projections, which compromise between area and angular distortion. Yes, I've tried to emulate that with like a world map where you stretch out the land masses to make sense where they appear on the globe. I haven't done an excellent job with it, but I've done what I can. I'll probably have to go through and learn a little bit more about cartography before I commit to like a nice looking map. Thank you for keeping me sort of within the terminology of it, though. I really do appreciate it. I'll lock into that specifically once I have all of the details locked in. The purpose of the map today is just to like lock in where everything is. We'll work on like visuals and accuracy and that sort of thing when we have the locked in details. I did. Oh, good to hear, Astrid. Enjoy your day. Good luck at school. Understand. Use more noises to explain the womp help. Something. Magnets allow really cold things to hover in the pushy magnet bit. So the magnet do pushy, because if you're going like counter to a magnet, it pushes away. If it's opposite, it attracts. If it's the same, it repels. If you get so really cold, you could put it inside the pushy power, and then it locks itself in. It's very cool. Read a book called Quantum Physics for Beginners, and it hurt your brain, but the things that are possible with quantum physics are insane. Quantum entanglement will absolutely ruin your concept of reality. The worst thing is, you're like, oh my goodness, this opened up so many doors, and you start trying to think creatively within like quantum entanglement. It's like, excellent, we can do like teleportation? No, because then it's too complicated and it kills everyone. Brink. Always the case. You want to draw magnet field now? You can absolutely draw magnet field. Magnet, cold, it bushy, planet exist. Yeah, there you go. Boom. Nailed it. Nailed it in one. Okay, so we've got this northern section here. I like the idea of... Hear me out. What do you think? I like the idea of... There's a continent here that's split in half between two plates. I like the idea of the tavern being here. In almost like a... there's a concept of... in Marvel, I think it's called the Wildlands or something, where it's completely isolated from all modern society, and you find dinosaurs and just like wilderness, all sorts of like prehistoric plants and that sort of thing, all within these wildlands. I like the idea of the tavern being in like a completely isolated area. Like the Duskwood Hollows is essentially... it might be the Savage Lands. I can't remember. No? You don't like that? I mean, I'm looking for feedback here. This isn't something I'm building by myself. You guys have input as well. So if you don't like a concept, please, by all means. Maybe you should throw away the whole planet chunk core thing. Start from... Absolutely not. I've fallen in love with it already. Can't stop me. Perhaps use lines of a different color to represent limits between land and ocean and magic. Oh, for sure. I'm getting what I've got on the globe down first, and then I'll go through and I'll color code everything. Hi Noctua, how you going? Oh yes, Noctua continuing the pattern of below 10. Yes. Can be difficult to pin things down. Can literally do anything, you know. Like to keep an open mind, so it all sounds good to you. You're useless. No. Here, let me try and speed up a little bit, just so that you guys aren't kept in flotsam so long. So that's kind of all I've got on the map for that bit. Then I've got land mass over here somewhere. And that's kind of what we've got. Jump into a lower layer. Green. So we've got mass here. Mass here. Just waking up. Good morning. Make a continent slowly crumble into the core. Ooh. Yeah, could do that. Like a Venice situation where it's inevitably doomed. Can volcanoes functionally exist? Actually, that's a good point. You might have, because volcanoes usually operate off of magma, right? We don't really have magma occurrences here. You've just got magic. So magic volcano sounds metal as all heck. So all of this is blue. Still thinking you should add the Machine Gun Godzilla someone brought up last stream. Absolutely not. I'm putting a sleep dart in that immediately. Don't see a good reason why the tavern shouldn't be in an isolated place like that, especially since it's a nexus. Love an isolated nexus. That's the idea, right? I like the idea of a tavern in the middle of freaking nowhere, surrounded by all sorts of really strange creatures and biomes. And the only reason why it's well populated is because people step in through magic doors. Because otherwise it would be almost impossible to make your way there. Inverted volcano shapes where land is created from the core. Ooh. Okay. Almost like golf tees, where they're the little pins that you place in the grass. Yeah. Okay, I do like that. Yeah, let me quickly scribble out some more stuff and then I can put that to a visual. Volcano place holder, aether worlds erupting. That was my thought. Yeah, that was where my brain was going to go with it. Was like it erupts magic into the world. Like that's how magic is abundant, is because volcanoes essentially pump magic into the air. But I do like a reverse landmass. That's kind of sick. Tavern keeper, a god akin to the traveler, perhaps. I like the idea more of it being like an inherited role. Godlike being is a little bit too grandiose, I think, for because the world itself should be the thing that's grandiose. I think the tavern should just be like a humble thing that allows access, you know? Holding your bro's hand, leading between the two half-bent trees so you can get hammered without the misses. No, I mean, hell yeah. Sounds like a good time to me. Father was the tavern keeper, and the one before him was kept the tavern. Have no idea what the sun looks like. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the visual that I have in my head. Okay, so are we kind of seeing the vision? Then we've got the ice plate down the bottom, and then I can go through with like a dark maroon to isolate the plates. Any of the masses higher elevation than the others? No. So that would be the idea, is that the waves or the radiance, potentially the radiance that is pushing out the plates is what's keeping them all at a set level. We could always have a magical phenomenon affecting like a little island or something that's pushing out that little island a little bit further out. And we have spoken about the treasure planet style little landmass that's orbiting the core. We have spoken about that last stream as well. But the major plates themselves, no. Okay. We spoke about last stream. I can't remember who mentioned it. Somebody liked the idea of there being almost Viking-like people up in the north, up here. So we can set that aside. As almost like a conquered landmass, maybe? I'm not sure. Scale, thinking about moons. Ooh, no, I hadn't thought about a moon or moons. I like the idea of the moons tying thematically into like the creation of the world, where like it's really cool for me in a story when you've got these concepts of like good and evil or whatever. Keep it relatively simple. Good and evil, and then you've got two moons. You've got like the bright moon and then the darker moon or something to that effect. So like, yes, like the red moon is on display at the moment. So like, something naughty is happening or something to that effect. I like ideas like that for moons. I feel like they did that pretty well with campaign 3 for Critical Role as well. That was you, the Lord of Dance, lives there in the moon. Since the planet is destroyed the way it is, you're pretty sure it wouldn't have a proper gravitational weight for a moon to exist, but science is for nerds. Yeah, I agree. Science is for nerds. You tell them, Alt. Yeah, but I wouldn't ground it too much to the point where you're like disregarding concepts because like, well, science doesn't quite make. Well, we're working with magic here. We can make the rules a little bit. We can kind of say whatever we want. So if we want moons, I reckon do moons. Okay. So we've kind of got a map shape. Let's quickly in red because of course volcanoes. Aether geysers or reverse mountains. Potentially both. And both visuals are sick. Science has no power. Absolutely no power here. It can help to communicate concepts for sure, but don't limit yourself to science. No. Your gods are dead, your science is dead. Only magic, remains. Unlimited power. You can't stop on the moon. Hey, easy done. Fixed. Can't fall out of orbit if it can't move at all. You can't sit and shake paw on the moon. Roll a d20. See if the moon obliges. See what your animal handling is. Is the moon an animal? I suppose it is in this case if you're giving it animal commands. Would the underside of the frozen underside be frozen because no sun, or is the core keeping it arid? I reckon 10, of course. I reckon you get the feeling that the moon wants to abide by your instructions. Whether that's accurate or not is who's to say. But you're a rat folk druid, so you have an advantage. Wait 30 seconds for the command to get off cooldown and try again. Are there multiple suns? No, I don't think multiple suns. Multiple suns tends to lean a little bit more into the sci-fi genre. Whereas multiple moons feels like a little bit more mystical, is the vibe that I get. If science is dead, does your character technically holder of old knowledge of science past, or has it never existed at all? I'd say that science is still more in that like kooky area, you know, where you're like a Galileo, right? Where you're going, we live on a big cracked orb called Brink, and everyone's like, yeah, I mean, you say that, but I don't reckon. I reckon we live on a big pizza. That kind of thing. So I reckon there are kooky individuals living on Brink who come up with these really good concepts for like how the world works and like what laws are in place. But it's not the accepted theory. Trisolarian. I'm not familiar with that term. Core is the sun. It kind of looks similar to it. Like alchemy? Yeah. So basically you're a conspiracy theorist? 100%, yeah. 100%. Okay, so my pitch is that the tavern exists here, where you've got this is also the landmass that I was talking about last time, where I liked the idea of creatures existing on both that look almost identical but have like very different traits. So the thing I described was a moose with fiery antlers down here, and then a moose with like frozen antlers up north. They're like the same base creature, but then they exhibit very different effects based on which half of the continent that you're on. How about a large comet that passes over by every few years? Yeah, could do. We'll make that purple. Maybe like a violet, yeah? Comet. What happens when it passes? So you're the crazy old human scarf crocheter who drinks too much vodka, is deep into science conspiracies. That seems to be the case based on the traits that you've stated that you're interested in having. Yeah. Okay. We kind of have a bit of real estate available at this point. So, I'll have this really awful map posted up on the Discord later. So if you want to start hypothesizing about what different land masses could mean, what kind of creatures live there, what kind of societies we're talking about. We were talking on Discord earlier about establishing a norm for like what the tavern's themes and technology and stuff were at. So we'll go through and do that now. So you've got like a benchmark to compare to. But yeah, this is what the map kind of looks like. We need to go through and add more continents on areas that we haven't seen. Like we can't see the back side of the globe at all. So a lot of these areas haven't been fleshed out yet. But if you want to do stuff with the northern continent, if you want to do stuff with the southern continent, if you want to do anything with the western continent, be my guest. Be my guest. Start like spinning some ideas for sure. You like it? Excellent. Hi Wiggles. Hi. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've had a good week so far. Is air travel going to be a common thing in this world? I don't think so. I don't believe so. I'll build on that in a second. Rodent Island believes that the world is held up by a chimera rodent that is a combination of the five main species. I love that. Like a rodent atlas. Yeah, hell yeah. It is a rumor that if the rodents wipe out any species, the chimera will drop Brink and shatter. Hundreds of years ago, one of the 5 species got destroyed, and they say the chimera made the first cracks. This is your rodent folklore. Hell yeah. No, that's fun. That's incredibly fun. I love how you've tied it so intricately into the rodent identity, because then it means that you could have creation laws that are completely different between different land masses. That's amazing. Just kind of get sucked into the rifts if you try. It's not that you've got air travel. It's more that these are, I described earlier, astral seas, like astral oceans, where you sail over the surface and, as Fire recommended, maybe have your craft coated in something akin to a magnet, so that way you're repelling off of the force that the core is radiating, and you sail across these expanses. Think like astral pirates, that kind of thing. Is there a sun involved? Because that would affect temperatures, climates, etc. That would have a big impact on societies and how they function. I reckon a single sun. It doesn't necessarily have to be a yellow sun in the same way. But I don't think a binary star system. I think a binary star system is like a little bit too into the sci-fi. It distracts from the world building on the world and like starts paying attention to the celestial bodies a little bit too much. So anything, make it just like a simple white star. Moons, I'm a little bit more open to theorying with because it's a little bit more intimate to the planetary system. But yeah, sun, I think make it a white sun. That way it's like, it's a little bit like, oh, it's a bit different, but not so much to the point where, oh, it's a red sun, like everything's always bathed in red and it has like a really ominous feeling. Don't want anything like that. So yeah. Kind of like sailing through a thick gravity type liquid. Oh, like a viscous, thick molasses almost. Yeah, could be. Could be. I also really like the idea of creatures having naturally adapted to this like body of magical repellent. Radiance, I think, was the term that was brought up before, maybe. Yeah, like I do like the idea of creatures having adapted to that and creatures having taken on these forms that flourish within these spaces. Give you an island so you can develop the cult of the core. Or yeah, all right. Do you want this island down here? This one? It can be an even smaller island if you'd like, but yeah, that island is yours. Do with it what you will. If you want to come up with a name for it, if you want to like describe what kind of local flora and fauna that exists and that kind of thing, all within your power. I give you full creative control. Okay. So now that we've got a basic map shape, I can now point to areas of the map and be like, this thing here, that thing there, the tavern. Okay, so X marks the spot. We're zeroing in on the tavern's location more specifically at this point. I feel like Radiance gets the concept across that the Force is intangible but has a visible effect, kind of like how wind functions. Not tangible, but it affects the world. I almost want to refer to it as the Force, but no. No, we're not calling it the Force. I feel as though that territory is well and truly already taken. Dusk, wood, hollows. Okay, we're zeroing in. We are being more specific to the area that the tavern exists in. Thinking about having at least a few pieces of continent split apart by astral ocean. So there are docks that are built into cliffs and at least a couple very important travel hubs. Also so that there are can be vessels that can only sail on the astral ocean. Yes, so you would have those like here. This is directly land on border of split in the plates. Same thing here. Whatever this connects to, I haven't decided what any of this is yet. And then there's plenty of opportunity to do that even further here with like smaller interactions if you wanted to. If you wanted smaller interactions, maybe like a couple of little islands that are split, like a Tortuga type deal. Absolutely not the Force. That is science. That has yeah. That's a conspiracy. Absolutely. Pff, not in this house. Okay, dusk, wood, hollows. As a heads up, Rodent Island is a very aggressive species who jails and or kills any non-rodents who get too close. They're very racist. Oh no, fair enough. Incredibly isolationist by the sounds of things. Okay. I know I should go into this with a little bit more structure, but as soon as somebody mentioned, like, what kind of creatures would you find in the Duskwood Hollows and stuff, and we were chatting about it earlier on Discord, my imagination immediately went wild. So yes, I should be like, let's start here. No, absolutely not. I've thought of a couple of things. 2 little local residents to the the area that the tavern exists in. 2 concepts came to mind. We've got mosslings that are literally just like little insect-like creatures that are made of rock, that have moss growing all over them with like eyes peeking out. We have I suppose if probably should do something like this. Little moss fuzzballs. Yep. We have the fungals. Which are little gnome creatures that are straight up just little mushrooms. Want something small enough that you can shoo it away with a broom. This is non-negotiable. You've immediately got my brain. Yeah. Yep. Want to see some old moss creature designs you did? Yeah. Yes, please. Yes, please. So you've got mosslings, fungals, rock crabs. Because I always have the running joke of everything becomes crab or came from crab at one point in time. So I love the idea of just like crabs that exist on land in this forest that are just like part of the environment. So you might look over at a rock structure and think to yourself like, oh my god, oh that's strange. I didn't see that rock structure the other day. And then it comes apart and they're all just like rock crabs of different shapes and sizes. You can imagine your rat guy in a bathrobe on his ribcage house porch with his broom angrily shooing away the mosslings. Perfect. Perfection. Draw crab. That's what I'm trying to do, slowly but surely. Crabs already exist on land. A little late. I mean, kind of, but not really. They're still like inherently tied to the ocean, right? Whereas I want these to be just like cave things. What about little creatures that act like suckerfish that like to attach to the side of the tavern to feed off the wood? They have to be pried off infrequently. Ooh. Yeah, could do. Could do. What's doing? We're working on little creatures. Working on little creatures that you can find in the Duskwood. Be terrifying to be casually sitting on a weird rock and it suddenly decomposes and skitters away. You have sent sketches? Oh, yes, please. Oh, they are just little guys. You did not disappoint. Not to imply that you would, but Yes. Look at him. There's just little guys. There's a little guy right there with a little almost like, what are they called? Almost like little fungal stalks sticking out of the top. Just little guys all over the place. Heck yeah. You'll be so up for drawing little creatures. I mean, these kind of fit the exact bill that I had in my head. I was thinking a little bit more insectoid, a little less critter, but it could work. You love them, right? Anything else since the last hour? We've got like a general map shape. So we've got our plates mapped out. We've got we've got all of the continents that appeared on the globe. Nothing on the back end. And we've placed where the tavern is, which is on the northern part of this continent that's been split in twain. And then the idea would be that this entire half of continent is just wilderness. It's just wilderness. You've got, I think maybe it was Billy who mentioned maybe like a Viking-themed civilization up in the north. I like the idea of them never ever wanting to go to Duskwood, because it's just like you're gonna die. If you go there, you're gonna die. But then you just have this haven just in the heart of it. That is incredibly safe. Its branches could be other natural matter like plants and mushrooms. I do like that. I do like that a lot. Like little biomes that live on mosslings. Hell yeah. You can absolutely draw some insect moss creatures. Excellent. Excellent. Make a thread-only channel on the Discord where you can all make your own threads of areas lore, by the way. Yeah, I could do that. Here, let me type that into my document over on the side. Make a conversation thread about world building. It's locked in. Consider it done. Would love to have a whale-like creature that is adequate for the astral ocean. Yes, yes. Oh, I still feel like we should tackle that right now. We should tackle that right now. Make a new layer. What are we calling it? Because I don't like the term astral ocean because it just feels too it feels too sci-fi for what I'm wanting for it. So you've got this big question. What does the core produce? Then the second big question is, what's the sea called? The fold, the wake? I'm thinking more glue. Things like glue, like the bind, the boundary, the adhesive. I don't know, the syrup. I don't know, something that kind of implies like connection. Getting sidetracked again. No, I'm floating this question so that while I'm doing silly little illustrations on the side, people can start thinking of solutions to my problem. Almost done with the base colouring for the body of your monthly one. Nice. Almost ready to get the guts and face. Glad to hear it. Discuss something as the name that was cool during the first world building stream. We did. We came up with a few cool names. Brink 2? No, Brink 3, I think it was. Really? That's right. I remember. The stream, Tempest, the Rift. It could be the Rift. It's not just space, just air. No. There's a viscous magical thing, almost like water surface tension that you can see through from space, but when you're in it, it's like a little bit murky. Do I want named? This bit here, the gaps. The gaps have like a thing that connects the plates. It doesn't need to be, as we described last time, Billy, it doesn't necessarily need to be like one-to-one. It doesn't need to be like all of that gap is filled with this substance. It could be wrinkles of it are thick enough to cross. So it doesn't necessarily need to be like a sheet. You also have a bigger plant guy that you made to be the guardian of the grove. Have sent that one to. Ooh, yes, please. Might have deleted. No, I don't believe so. I have it all here. We've got Refuge, the Forge, Fracture, Rupture, Fissure, Verge, Rivulet, Tempest, Atlas, Refuge, Vortex, Web, the Web, Threads. Threads could work. If it's a case of you've got plate 1, plate 2, and then you've got gonna go with arcs. That was the misunderstanding that you had, Billy, where we were talking about boats called arcs that connect A to B, and you'd use these arcs to cross. But then you were like, but I thought we were calling like this stuff arcs. And I think that's where we got a little bit tripped up. Put your hand through the astral thing. Would you be able to lift it, or is it too gaseous? I reckon it's one of those things where you can feel that you're putting your hand through something, but you're not exactly. You wouldn't be able to just like swim. I think you'd need a specific substance to be able to do that. The Threads of Fracture. It's pretty grandiose. You still vote for arcs as the streams themselves? Arc waves, arc storms. No. We can call them arcs. We can call them ARCS arcs for. So what you're proposing, Billy, is that you've got landmass and you've got landmass. You've got this gap in between, which is where like the fractures have taken place. And then you're saying that there are certain sections of the repelling force that have like bunched together, almost like wrinkles. And they're solid enough to be able to travel across. And they're called arcs, you're saying? I like them being called threads. I'm voting for threads because it has a little bit of it has a creative spin to it, in the sense that it's got its roots in arts and craft. And it almost describes like threading the plates together. You vote threads too. It has a magical feel. Since your rodents are isolated, have their creation myth, they call them chimera cracks and get confused when people call them differently. 100%. Strands. Strands could work. Could be characters that their job is to find the most stable threads, and it's very dangerous. Yeah, almost like there's a there's a field full of landmines. Quick, go in with your hammer and discover for us. Because some threads aren't stable. 100%. Yeah, no, I like that a lot. Obviously, you need people with like ridiculously, stupidly dangerous jobs, of course. Arc strands, arc threads. Arc kind of implies almost like electrical current, which I'm hesitant to lean into. I'll leave that for now. I'll think about it in the background. Boom. Short for arcane. Yeah, no, that's true. That is a good point. That's an angle that I hadn't considered. Rock. Crabs. Mosslings, fungals, rock crabs. Those are the three little critters that I came up with. Ooh. I've been messaged by Daily Sudoku Together. Hell yeah. Thank you, Daily Sudoku Together. Thank you for messaging me. And then this is the largest scale moss creature that Noctua has come up with previously. I almost like the idea of this being almost like goblins in a trench coat type deal of like multiple mosslings working together to be more intimidating. D&D actually has an amazing low CR monster. Roctopus. Ooh. Cute. Well, that's what I thought, yeah. Sick design though, by the way. Really, really, really cool. So adorable but foreboding. Who made that? Noctua did. Fervor Noctua. I like the idea of this creature being mosslings in a trench coat, basically. That doesn't have to be the case, but I'm obsessed. Thinking of having one or two large routes that go over the astral sea that allows you to traverse half of Brink on specialized vessels. So like almost long haul journey vessels that are like super duper specific. Like even most vessels that can cross the threads don't usually make those kind of journeys. Mosslings are symbiote. Oh. I'm thinking that they're more akin to like a hermit crab, but instead of finding empty shells, they like drill into geological things and then almost inhabit them. So like you could totally have a mossling that's made out of like a rotted log. Because you've had the mossling come in and like burrow into this piece of forest debris and possess it. So like the actual form of a mossling, it could be like a Diglett from Pokemon situation where nobody's really sure what a mossling actually looks like. People assume that they're like insectoid things, and maybe a couple have been found dead before, but they all look completely different to each other. So there's no sense of like, oh, a mossling looks like blah, you know? Heck, it even opens up the opportunity for like some sort of researcher to be looking into the mossling phenomenon or something, where it doesn't take place on any of the other continents, and they're fascinated. Any arcane connections that meet up between land have spaceport style things, or have made a man-made lake just to house ships. Yeah, no, absolutely. It could be a case where if the thread is strong enough, it persists. But you'll have like these little, almost like weather phenomena, where you have little threads that split off momentarily, and you smugglers can use these like little side routes, and they're incredibly dangerous because they don't actually know how long these threads are going to last for. Could potentially have something like that. And then for fungals, you could have all sorts of different fungus, right? You could have like little shelf fungi. Something like that, and then flute fungus or something? I don't know. Not sure how that would work. It hops around. Not sure. You have so much homework. Deary dear. Whatever comes to mind that you want to start like plodding along with, I'll happily take. Went on this lovely cruise with the missus and her parents recently. Halfway through the trip, the Ark stopped at this island full of weird core cultists. Strange, but the beaches were lovely. Would 100% recommend. Oh no, for sure. You put up with the quirks of the location, all for the lovely Holloway getaway every time. Yeah. Draw your Tavern quest, send her a bunch of concept stuff for how these connections work, and take a heart prep. It's tough. You can always like rain check on. I'm not going to say Dagart. You can always rain check on world building stuff. It's okay. You can just say like, I would like to explore this thing, and I can set that aside. Rock crabs. I've got variations of the other ones as well. So let's do it with this as well. You've got these rock structures that are very asymmetrical. Taking care of Mahali's Tavern needs a full-time job, and it's, I know. I'm becoming more and more aware of it. The burden that it is. Absolutely not a burden. Never. That's why you got the green sword. To murder people? What? That's all I've ever seen you do with it. Finish up your spear, do concept for these little guys. Yes, please. Okay, got a couple of variations on each of them. So those are little guys. What is the climate where Rodent Island is? I reckon keep it pretty similar to how the Earth's climate works. So assume single sun, which means that like it's cold down south and it's cold up north, and you've got like a warmer equator section. So Rodent Island would be on the colder side of things. Yeah, on the colder side of things. Not like full-on tundra winter, but just the Christmas weather, mostly. Then I'd imagine that the climate within Duskwood Hollows would be quite unique given the sinkhole situation. So where it would usually be incredibly tropical, because it's kind of in its own little climate box down below. It can have its own unique climate. Just had to completely tonal correct the entire colouring you did for the body twice. It's tough. Forgot how pale Zachariah Walker was supposed to be in his mutant form. No, the amount of times where I go back through after I've just completed rendering something and I've gone, you know what, I should render it completely differently. Too many times. Curious to see where the geopolitics goes in this one. It'll be fun. It'll be fun because it's almost like little anthological stories where each landmass is kind of isolated to its own history. You'd have unique, adventurous interactions between, but it wouldn't be like global politics type of deal. It's the magic and the technology just isn't there. I think I haven't actually committed that to paper anywhere, but I'd imagine that the technology would be close to non-existent, very much so. Or what would we go with? We could have it where there is like a technological renaissance going on, but just not in most places. It could be one place, and they're relatively like kept to themselves, and they're not like land hungry at all, so they're not spreading their technology anywhere. Think your classic gnomes and dwarves situation in a lot of fantasy settings. Big changes now is that all the colors you put down as shading don't look like they exist anymore. Oh no! Don't have a lot of things that would be producing said shade yet. Been a while since you've gotten ads slapped in the face. Ah, there you go. Boom. Get pranked. Tech. I'm imagining a lot of like ropes and pulleys situations where you've got like elevators and stuff. Little stick person pulling on the rope. Yeah. Now base filled Tron ad. Ah, there you go. Boom. Got an ad last ad break. And you're like, what is this? Been so long since you last saw one. Surprise. Still kind of the era where you still have to send letters via courier, aka boats, carriage, transport, creatures, etc. Yeah, I reckon so. A lot of it could be via familiar. That could definitely be a thing. Tech, ropes and pulleys. This is tech specifically in the tavern area, right? Hi, Ali B. Welcome. How you going? We're just working on some basic world building stuff at the moment. We had decided that the planetary body thing that the tavern exists in is called Brink. It's been fractured by some sort of magical phenomenon. Hypothesized that the planet maybe started smaller and expanded rapidly and cracked apart, but nobody really lived through that. So there's no history to really depend on to be able to say for certain, like, that's what happened with the planet. But that's kind of what people are thinking took place with how the planet split. And we came up with a very flimsy starting map to just kind of place land masses. And we're saying that on this land mass here, that's where the Duskwood Hollows are, which is where Tall Tale Respite is, which is where Yield the Artsy Tavern is. It's a Russian nesting doll of information, but we get there in the end. Have a dumbwaiter in the tavern. I take offense to being referred to as the dumbwaiter. Ha ha ha. Pranked me. Yeah, I reckon that's easy enough to have. Yeah. Now it's whether or not we have a dumb way to accessing the pit, which I think is a little bit more controversial. Okay, ropes and pulleys. What else? What other kind of basic tech are we working with here? Like metalwork. So relatively finicky metalwork. Think like hinges. Hinges we got. M60 machine gun? I don't think so. I don't think so on that one, unfortunately. Godzilla technology? Solid no on that one as well. Feels very strongly about having a dumb way to corruption contraption in the pit. Oh, dear. No, absolutely not. I mean, otherwise, why all the desperation in the pit, you know? Why all the desperation in the pit? Ali B, do you have any storytelling prowess at your disposal? We need all the help we can get at the moment. We're trying to put together what feels satisfying for building a location. So if you've got any ideas as to what could make the Cozy Tavern feel like just that little bit more magical, please let me know. A way to preserve food. Ooh, yes, good idea. Good idea. We could have some pretty basic, like steampunky stuff, like basic steampunky stuff. And in a way where it's like, oh, well, if you applied it here instead, you could create a new technology, but nobody's really fussed with creating a new technology because like it gets the job done and then everything else is kind of covered with magic. So people don't tend to innovate on the technology side of things. So something very simple like a box with some like pipes sticking out the back of it with like a little generator. And it keeps everything in the box refrigerated. Is there desperation in the pit? I suppose more often it's people who are new to the pit that are more on the desperation side of things. Mentioned familiars. Your next thought was a slipstream. Certain small magical creatures can basically fast travel through the arcs with. Ooh, heck yeah! Yeah, I like that a lot. Think Finding Nemo, where you've got the sea turtles that are traveling through the. I want to say the ACL, but I think that's a ligament in your knee. They're passing through that current off of the coast of Sydney or something similar to that, where you've got these almost aquatic familiars that use the threads. Hell yeah. Absolutely not. Sat here working on your chem degree. Wishing you were as creative as people like me. Oh, thank you. It's definitely a learned skill. Definitely. I wasn't dropped by the stalk. Huzzah, but sparkles. I'm creative. That's not how it worked. Definitely a muscle that was built up. So if it's something that you do want to build up, I reckon it's doable. I reckon it's absolutely doable. Do they have T60 power? I don't think so. Well, that's why I was saying that maybe there's a nation of something akin to, what are they called? God, why can't I think of goblins? No, gnomes. There might be something akin to like a little land of gnomes where they have pushed technology a little bit further, but they're not warmongering at all. Very peace-loving, that particular nation might be. Obviously, you might have individuals that are like a little bit more sinister amongst that population, but generally speaking, it's pretty well controlled in terms of like letting dangerous things out of the nation kind of thing. Like build up a bit of technology there for sure. Like I won't drop my hammer and be like, no, absolutely no technology. But I think in terms of a widespread sense, pretty technologically low tech. Land and sea travel is still the same, but an arcane owl can cover the broken portion very quickly, near instantaneously for messages being sent. Yeah, I do like that a lot. Thinking magic stone powered fridge, to be honest. Get the magic stones from the reverse mountain aether volcanoes and use it as a source of daily items. Or we could always have this mechanism be the thing that houses those stones. The generator doesn't necessarily mean like technological generator. It could just be a case of like, shovel in some more stones. Your visual was portal apparition? Yeah. Okay. So it's more like tapping into the threads, more so that almost like becoming energy, like zipping through the threads instead of almost like, oh God. Almost like optic cable when they kind of like slip into the highway. Yeah. You being the one evil gnome terrorist in Gnome Town. about to use your gnome bomb to gnome blow up Gnome Town. Oh my goodness. You menace. But hey, I mean, we need a villain for the gnome arc, don't we? Alt, is that you? Is that you opting in for the role? Gnome style? Heck yeah. Do we have a good sense of the tech level? Do I need to elaborate more, or do we have a good sense of it? Like, most things pretty low tech. Think almost like Tarzan style, like survival treehouse, family Robinson, like survivalist kind of technology, but then like chuck in a little bit of a magic stone here, a generator using magic stones there type of deal. Not yet steampunk? Not yet steampunk, yeah. Generic magic fantasy. Mostly, yeah. On the technology side of things, yeah. Don't forget the whale creature. Yes, the whale creature. It doesn't belong to the Duskwood, so I'll chuck it into a different thing. Whale-like creature in the threads. And then I'll do like a little silhouette. I'm not entirely sure what the design of the creature would be, but something akin to a whale. I'd want time to like fully develop it into a cool thing. Put up the Zelda Windfish as inspo. Oh, yeah, could do. Zelda Windfish. This guy. Copy. Paste. This guy. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. If I went, nah, that's my little whale scribble is what we commit to. We're missing out on all of this potential. Audition to the casting of Gnome Terrorist 1 for D&D campaign Trouble in Gnomish Town. Thick New Yorker accent. Hey, kid, you think you could get disarm all my gnome bones? You're out of your gibble-gabble mind if you think you stand a chance. Hell yeah. Sold. If I haven't settled on the name for the ocean, does the adhesion seem feasible? Yeah? The adhesion. The ads. God, why does my brain do this? Space Whale Armada, it's all coming back. I know it, don't even remind me. Would not even be mad if it looked like that. Well, that's what I'm saying, is I feel as though we should pull from this creative source of ideation. Hell yeah. Now, the next question is, we know that core crystals exist. We know that core crystals exist. They are geological growths that sprout from the influence of the core. Would we want to tie that into technology, augmentation, power source type of deal? You might have like people who like graft gems into themselves, or you might have like gem creatures, that kind of. Do we want to lean into that? Is that a fun avenue to explore? Should put a giant ring around the planet and call them halos. Have them turn out to be something that can destroy the universe, and have a green man and a little blue lady destroy the ring. Hell yeah. The master chef. And, I don't know, Cortana. Oh, I couldn't think of anything for her. But yes, no, absolutely. Sounds good. Arcane Core said generates crystals grow on areas nearby. Yep. Not as the main thing, in your opinion, but as a rare alternative. Rarer and more powerful. Okay. So we could have it as like a piece of visual garnish, maybe. Not like the main build around, but then you might have some areas on the world that it's their whole jam. Like Crystal Town. Crystal Town is not a thing. I am already putting a moratorium on that. No Crystal Town. Prohibited. No Crystal Town. There can be something like Crystal Town, but if it's called Crystal Town, I'll be upset. Crystal Town is dumb. I don't know, off the top of the dome, Cortana. Yeah, I don't know. I could come up with something more clever. The usual blue, smooth arcane stones with sigils. Yeah, could do. The whale creature rub themselves on the cliffs of the plates to imbue themselves, so it can float through the ocean. Ah, right. So it's like a behavioral thing. And then you might have some instances of like, oh, that poor creature, look at it. It hasn't rubbed itself against a cliff in like 6 months to a year. You can see that it's like slowly starting to drift lower and lower in the depth of the thread, and it eventually like falls into the core. Oh, that's dreadful. I love it. Yes. Okay. So it's not something inherent to the whales. Yeah, okay. So, plus crystals. Or something. It like interacts with them somehow. Like, as you say, like maybe it rubs itself against certain cliffs in order to attain that property, and it's something that's become behaviorally learned over time. Maybe they go to water in order to give birth or something, and then it's almost like sea turtles have to make their way from the sand into the water like by themselves. It's a case of like space whales, for the lack of a better term at this point in time, space whales have to like learn to attain this property and then go into the threaded sea. Core crystals as magic catalyst for the staffs. Ooh, yeah, I do like that as well. Sharp edge, purplish crystal from the core. Astral whales have core crystal shards growing under them, similar to barnacles. Ooh, which could be from that behavior, yeah. That's what happens when they get old. They don't have enough strength to embed the crystals. Yes, I like that a lot. No, that's sick. That's awesome. Okay, so magic. Magic. I'm thinking relatively middle of the road magic. I don't like the idea of magic that's so strong that you're doing things on a planetary level. I think that's a bit overkill, and it starts to trivialize a lot of things. If it's a case of, well, if you just hired that wizard and cast that spell, then that wouldn't have been a problem. Or like, oh no, this is happening. Oh, well, magic, so who cares? You know? Yes, it does open up the door to like, well, you could have big magic problems at the same time. It's like, yeah, but I like there being kind of more grounded people problems, you know? Your thaumaturgies, your prestidigitation. Yeah. Yep. Not something to be thought of now, but there has to be reason people can tame and ride the magic whales, as otherwise it forces too much globalization. Can't tame. Yeah. We'll think of something. I'll add that as a note. In red, can't be tamed. Which again speaks to the level of magic being quite low compared to like how ridiculous it can get. Magic, whimsical. But not power. If I say whimsical but not powerful, do you understand what I mean? The air whales are like these monstrosities of nature, and like if people see one coming across the horizon, everyone hides in their houses out of fear. Yeah, okay, so almost like a cataclysmic instance where it's like if you get too close to the whales, you will just die. Not necessarily because they'll kill you outright, but because of like their influence, whether that's like magical radiation, whether that's like waves in the threads will like throw you overboard, whether that's like whenever they bellow, it like destroys your eardrums. Like everything under the sun, it's just everything under the sun. It's just like the worst thing ever if you're in close proximity with the white. Yeah. I get what you mean. Yep. Duskwood Hollows. We've got muslings, fungals, rock crabs. Do we have any other fauna that we want to add to the Duskwood Hollows that are native to the Duskwood Hollows? These are all very micro creatures. The whales are very rare, almost like the Moby Dick principle. They know it's out there, but only those who traverse the threads have actually seen them. For sure. Yeah. Creatures of legend. Yeah, I like that a lot. Duskwood Hollows. Bart de. I like the idea of it being almost fairy tale-esque, in an old world sense. So fairy tale is very positively seen nowadays, but fairy tale back in the day, you're in for a terrible time. Hence leaning into that idea of like other sort of more warmongering civilizations around where the Duskwood Hollows are don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole because you're going to die. First thing that comes to mind is some kind of elk creature. Could even do almost like skeletal properties to it, I guess, maybe? Is Quill a native animal from Duskwood? Quill is my familiar, so I don't think necessarily. Could be? Could be. Post a drawing of a fungal. Ooh. Ooh. I love it. The little eye stalks. Yes. That's so good. Oh, what'd we order? Mossy milkshake. Oh, yum. Enjoy your mossy milkshake. Cheers. I was wondering what you would do with more your more stalk based mushrooms. Genius. Genius. But yes, I like the idea of the hollows, like the forest being incredibly dread-filled. With cute elements in it, obviously. I mean, just check out these little guys. But I like the idea of it being quite dangerous. Because that would... You'd need it to be dangerous for us to have a respite, right? For us to have a tall tale respite, we need a dangerous area to respite from. So if it's a dangerous area, what kind of dangers are we facing? Hence why strange, like, possessed... not possessed, almost like Grimm's Brothers, Grimm's Fairy Tales elk creature thing. I don't know. I float it. I float it as a concept. What do we reckon? Reminding you of the creature from the movie The Ritual? I've never seen it. Perhaps possessed suits of armor? I feel as though possessed suits of armor would want to be in an environment where other suits of armor are, right? So that you make either you make the confusion that, like, oh, this is like a regular suit of armor. Oh no, it is not a regular suit of armor, it is a possessed one. Give you a ruin to place this guy. Oh, yeah, okay. There can be like a fortress or something where maybe one of the other continents had tried to set up shop somewhere in Duskwood, and it's become more derelict since it's been abandoned. Because the Duskwood Hollows is quite large. Yeah, Tall Tale Respite is a smaller area that we kind of are local to. But the Duskwood Hollows themselves are, quite a diverse spot. Doesn't have to be in Duskwood. Just liking this guy so much, you want him to be out there somewhere. For sure, there will be a place for it. There will be a place for it. I don't see it breaking any of the rules of the world. So I would be stupid to like force it out. No, it absolutely makes sense to have it. I just don't think we've explored a spot where it belongs yet. Dangerous critters. Doesn't have to be dust. Ads. Oh yes, yeah. In a second. I don't think they've started just yet. Has a thread-like motif happening too, just as auspicious as heck in it. I know, right? It didn't click at the time as well as I was describing the thought. Ali B, I'll get to you in a second. I'll just wait until the ads pass. That way, I'm not interrupted in the middle of chatting. Because that'd be rude. I'd be upset. Frick you, ads. I'll see everybody soon. I think if ads are even going to happen, don't jump scare me like this. Come on, ads. You what? You got one job. Turn up every half an hour and make things terrible for like a minute. There they are. You need to disappear now. Have a good rest of the stream. Thanks, Alt. Have a good one, bud. I'll see you soon. Thank you for sharing ideas. I really do appreciate it. I'm loving what I'm hearing about the Rodent Island so far. It's really cool. Hopefully by the end of stream, I'll have enough going to where you'll have a good sense of like what the rules are of the world. Because we've nailed down a couple of things so far, but nothing too concrete. You're back already? Welcome back. Did I see the last thing about Wales? Best stream before? No, I don't think so. If I didn't read it, then... Why is it not letting me go back to that one? Was this in response to Alt? Welcome back. Heard of an eland. It's a massive antelope that is 2 meters tall and can get close to 900 kilograms. Feel that might fit somewhere in this. An eland? No, I haven't heard of that before. Let me look it up. But yeah, Billy, are you referring to when you responded to Alt? Eland. I tend to zone out a little bit when is around 1.6 meters tall, shoulders and weight up 942 kilograms. Hot damn. Yeah, like a massive antelope. Hell yeah. Yeah. There could be demi-divinity. Yeah, okay, so it was the response to... Sorry, I tend to tune out of responses to other people because I just assume that you guys are having a separate conversation. Probably falsely on my part, but Druidic and Cleric style magics can be used to for basic emotional communication in theory. Trying to interact with ill intent, they can fight back or just nosedive away from threats. And you fall into the core and dead. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So it's more... Yeah, no, I got what you meant. It's more on the clerical divinity side of things, as opposed to magic. Potentially, yeah. Not in the sense that they are deities per se, but more using that like spiritual magic to try and calm them. Yeah, I get what you mean, yeah. No, that could definitely work. 100%. I like the idea of them being almost considered to be gods because of how strong they are. People just kind of not wanting to piss them off because otherwise it bodes incredibly poorly for them. All dragons have a similar level of natural authority. Yes, 100%. Where it's like, oh, did you know that a threadbound whale actually lives in that body of astral ocean over there? It's like, oh, frick. Okay, well then, have we got our sacrifices ready? How old dragons have it? Yeah. Okay. So we've got one dangerous critter. What else? What else do we reckon is dangerous about the Duskwood? What makes it terrifying to venture into? What makes it so that when you get to the respite, you're like, oh, thank God, I don't have to deal with X, Y, and Z again. No, you're all good. No need to apologize. Man-eater plants. Ooh, yeah, that could work. Easily get turned around like a house of mirrors. Yeah, okay. So, like fog, and then the fact that it's within the sinkhole biome, even when it's middle of the day, it's super murky and it feels, yeah, okay. It's super murky, yeah. Something that hangs from the trees could do, yeah. So if we've got a super basic tree. Oh, I'm curious, by the way. You don't have to take it, but is the art quest from last stream, is it available to redeem in the redeems? I can't tell. Does it carry over like that, or is that something that I have to fix? Feel like it's not not all the time. Maybe certain weather patterns encourage the illusions of going in circles. Yeah, okay. Almost like similar to mirages, maybe? Oh, checking out the quest. Okay. Let's have a look, shall we? Okay. A goblin with a boot on its head is wanting an image of what they like to eat. Use only straight lines. What do you reckon, Minnow? Does this seem like a quest that you want to undertake? And if so, about how long would you like to be able to work on it for? Don't even have the first clue how to do this one. You think you'll pass? Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay. Has declined the quest. And it's now back up for grabs. Poor goblin's gonna go hungry. So we've got a basic tree. And then we've got like man-eating plant. Hangs from a tree, man-eating plant. Are they one and the same? Because immediately what comes to mind is the trees eat people. Where they've got vines and moss that hang off of the branches, and they try and like snag people that are walking through. And then the tree actually opens up and nom noms on people. Think piranha plant, Venus flytrap, that multi-jawed plant design. They have rope tongues, drag people up. Right, okay, so the plant actually sits in the tree and like, yeah, okay, that could work. Okay. So what would it look like up the top? Is it tangled around a branch and then it's just got like a big gob on one end and it goes blare and it goes fishing for people? Could be something like fine hair that dangles from the branches. Could be sheer like spider webs, hard for them to see until too late. They easily get entangled in it. It could be a symbiotic situation. It could be symbiotic where the trees emit these strands, and these plants live attached to these branches, and as soon as they feel similar to a spider, as soon as they feel the vibration of something struggling against one of these like suspended like strands, whether it's like leaves, moss, that kind of strandy kind of substance, as soon as they feel something struggling against it, what would they do? So sinister, yeah. Trying to think of like how mechanically the plant takes advantage of the situation, because I'll speak through my thoughts. So the idea would be that the plant gets to eat the creature before it wrestles itself free, but then it leaves the bones, and then the bones like help to fertilize the tree, like bone meal style. So it's that kind of symbiotic relationship. But how would the plant actually descend and nom nom? Would it be a case of it's a vine that wraps around a branch with literally just a Pac-Man, a Pac-Man bulb on one end, and it loosens the coil and descends? Om nom nom's an adventurer and then retracts back up. Few nitrals, yeah, no stress, do what you gotta do. The musclings taste bad, so the plant spits them out loudly immediately, alerting of its prey. Patooey. It could be a method of, adventurers learning where these things are, yeah. This creeps me out because I'm averse to insects, but maybe we put almost like little roots that extend out from the vine that are used almost like little insect legs that coil and uncoil its body from the tree to descend, maybe? Bobbing for apples style? Tag onto that mosslings, stay away from it. So there's an indicator that it's near you. Oh, because, yeah, it's like, oh, I haven't seen moss in a little while now. If anything, this area over here is heavily mossed. That area over there is relatively clean. And there are dangly bits. Frick. Reminding you of the pole mimics from Rainworld. I'm not familiar. Okay, and then we have to. I don't actually want to do Pac-Man. I actually don't want to do Pac-Man. Let's do Venus flytrap kind of face thing here. Hi Bolita, hi. How's everyone going? Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing really, really well. I'm making stuff. I'm having a good time. So far we've got mosslings, we've got fungals, we've got rock crabs as just little guys that hang out in the duskwood. We've decided that the technology of the duskwood is going to be relatively low, like almost steampunk, but not quite there. Magic, I've described it as whimsical but not powerful, if that makes sense. We've also decided on some, like, how the threads that connect the different parts of the world work. So if you can see the gap, it actually looks like a crazy person's rent, whatever. Where you've got these gaps in between the plates, you've got these threads that connect them, and you can use those threads to cross over. I still need the terminologies. I still need the terminologies for it. So they're called threads. Threads made of what? No, it's like arcane energy, but like what's the stuff called? I know that you brought up the adhesive fire, but I think threads covers that glue sense that I wanted. Then for the actual substance itself, I think a more, I don't know, like big whimsical term, almost like the expanse or the fractured seas or something like that. And something like that, where it speaks to the gaps. In the thread, will I pin the rules of the world? Yeah, I think so. I think that makes sense, yeah. I'll add that to my notes as well. Pin the rules. One of your main means of moving around is climbing and jumping between poles, and there are plants that look exactly like a pole until they catch something when they reveal their creepy carnivorous planty bits. Ah, yeah, okay, yeah, seems similar. Looking cool. So bad at law? No, you're all good. I was just talking to... Who was I talking to about it before? It was... It was Ali. It was Ali B. I was saying before that world building is very much so just like a skill that you develop. It's not something that you're naturally good at. At least I wasn't. I'm still not, but no, definitely for sure. Coming up with ideas is something that is definitely learned. You meant more for the substance, right? Okay, so not what it's called, not like what that section is called, but it's called the adhesive. It's missing that sense of whimsy, I think. I'm looking at it through the monocle of a thread pirate, where I'm looking out over the expanse. I'm going, yes, the thing, you know. Make them out of bungee gum. Ooh, has both the properties of bungee and gum. Yeah, okay. So maybe more like constructive. When I say constructive, I mean like construct a concept that doesn't exist prior. Mesmerized by my illustrations on Instagram. Thank you, Cadabra. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Tavern. How you going? How's your week been? You like the fractured seas? Okay. The Aether Gap? What do we reckon? Between the Aether Gap and Fractured Seas, I like that the Aether Gap is making reference to the fact that it's made of something else. But the Fractured Seas kind of has that whimsy that I was looking for. Makes you realize you enjoy very grounded fantasy. Probably why you like very few fantasy novels. Fair. His Dark Materials by Philip Pullman is just your speed. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's why I'd want. That's why I want to keep technology low, magic low, and keep like these fantastical elements established but not controlled or thoroughly explored. I want them to be like almost barriers, limiters. Like people can't go from here to here easily because this exists, or people haven't taken over the world because this exists, or people haven't got an understanding of this because this exists, you know, like coming up with boundaries, bumpers. I stole it from Hunter x Hunter. No, you're good. You're fine, thanks. World Building 4. So we've had this tavern here for the longest time, but we haven't really explored why, when, where, how, all that jazz, until recently. Some people have brought up the idea of exploring what could exist within the setting, and I thought it'd be fun to explore it a little bit. So where it started out as just ye olde artsy tavern, as just a thing that exists, we've now come up with the concept of it exists within the world of Brink, which is a planet that's fractured and come apart and is expanded. And is the plates are kept afloat by like these pulses of magic coming from the core. We've come up with the idea of where we are is the Duskwood Hollows, and then more specifically within the Duskwood Hollows, we're in a little nook called Tall Tale Respite. That's where the tavern is. And I've even got an illustration of what the tavern looks like. That's a bit outdated. We're working on that as well. Frick, just going through and working on everything. This here is where the tavern is situated. So we're just going through and fleshing out the concept a little bit, so that way, if people ask, hey, where are we right now? What are we doing? You know, what's happened this week? What are the goings on of the Duskwood Hollows? We'll be able to come up with, you know, answers, responses. The Aether Expanse, the Aether Reach, the Aether Cloud. I had a look at the... I was looking at the the insane scribbles from last time. Pardon me. Rift, Stream, Tempest. Ooh, I was talking about there potentially being some sort of natural calamity or disturbance in the ether here. We could potentially refer to it as the Tempest. That could work. Maybe. Let's lock that in for now. Tempest. Boom. Locked in. How's the art going? Yeah, good. We're coming up with concepts, ideas. So many freaking ideas. I swear this looks like mad scribblings. The Aether Fissure. Let's think about it. I feel like Aether. Oh. Is ether the term that I'd want to use for the bits in between plates? Do I want to call that substance ether? The rift? Yeah. But that's similar to like the fissure, the fracture. You know, it describes what's happened and like what state it's in and gives it a name. But I'm not sure what I want the substance itself to be called. Should probably think about the properties first. Yeah, that's my thought. Let me while I'm having a think. Let me just keep plodding along with this. But yes, you complimented my work, Cadavra, but do you do art stuff yourself? I'm shocked you found me. I hide on Instagram. I'm under a rock somewhere. Yes, I like the idea of the symbiotic relationship between the tree and the plant. I like that a lot. I think I like this concept as well, where it starts coiled on the tree with like a Venus flytrap type of contraption on one side. And as soon as it feels something tugging on the strands, it uncoils itself using its little root legs. And just like gobbles whatever's attached to the strands, and then leaves the bones for the tree to use as nutrition. There we go. Boom. Symbiosis. Done. So we've got two kind of dangerous concepts. Third, we've got the we've got almost like illusion mirages. Illusion. How do you spell illusion again? I believe it's one S, but I've been wrong in the past, and I will be again. It is one S. Excellent. Illusion. Mirages. Are Mosslings considered a slipping hazard? I'd presume so, yeah. I mean, they're relatively harmless in the sense that I'd imagine that they're more scavengers than they are malevolent or, you know, aggressive. But yeah, no, moss is a slipping hazard. But yeah, like moss on a thing that can move. Yeah, no, definitely a slipping hazard. Yeah, if you were to step on mosslings. The Gorge of Shades. Oh, that sounds like a specific location. That sounds like a specific location. Like, if you were to talk about this particular strait, like through this gap between plates, you might refer to that as the Gorge of Shades. You know, it's almost like a name of a particular narrow or a particular sea. I do like it though. I do like it a lot. Let me quickly jot it down somewhere. The Gorge of Shades as a potential route name. I like that a lot. Plugged in. Thought it'd be funny when a prepared adventurer steps on them because they weren't paying attention to everything, but they were paying attention to everything except their feet. Yeah, it's the thing that you're not worried about that gets you. Yeah, no, I completely agree. So we've got illusion mirages. We've got this elk creature thing. Very similar to what was it that Ali B remind an eland. Yes, akin to an eland. That kind of size. Do we think there's a way of being able to deal with the mirages? This is just an example. It's not this, but you tend to be more susceptible to these mirages when you're dehydrated. And if you just stay on top of your hydration, not really a problem. But when you start like hearing voices, you see faces off in the distance, you're like, oh crap, I haven't drunk water in a while. Probably not hydration, but like something akin to that, you know? Welcome back. What I was saying just then, in case you missed it because of stupid ads, we're just having a think about the illusion mirages that take place in the Duskwood, where you might hear voices from people that you've known in the past. You might see faces off like between trees. You might like feel this overwhelming sense of danger. It's very, very much so like illusion style mirages, like tricks of the eye, tricks of the brain. And I was thinking that maybe there's a way to play around it, almost like a survival tip. I gave the example of maybe you're more susceptible to these mirages if you're thirsty, if you're dehydrated. So maybe as you're starting to dehydrate, that's when you're hearing voices. That's when you're seeing like movement off to the side. That's when you're seeing like expressions start to warp on other people's faces and stuff like that. So you're seeing them as signs of like, oh crap, I'm not staying on top of my water. I don't want it to be dehydration because it doesn't quite match up with the environment, but something like that, you know? More susceptible to mirages when you stray a bit too far from the group. Right, okay. So it's a case of like your degree of groundedness. So if you're with other people, you can kind of almost confirm that you're not crazy, quote unquote. But as soon as you don't have a sounding board, as soon as you don't have somebody that you can like keep sane with, yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Really stresses, and then you can go from there. You can be like, okay, well then you've got folk tales that are based on not going into the woods by yourself, right? Because if you go into the woods by yourself, that's when the mist will grab you. And the mist isn't grabbing you, but it's a tale to protect you from the mirages that take place in the forests. Should never go into the Duskwoods alone. Must go with someone else or even a pet. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. 100%. Oh no. Time in the pit. It's okay. It's okay. Enjoy your stay. Enjoy your stay in the pit. It's fun down here. Why are you trying to leave? Yeah, you too, Billy. Enjoy your time down here. Okay. So, forest mirages. More susceptible. That's not how you spell it. Thank you, notepad. More susceptible to illusions if you are by yourself. And then it could be, as Fire was saying, like they're more active during a certain time of the year, something like that. Great seeing you down here, Billy. What other nasties can we think of for the Duskwood? We don't have to flesh it all out now. I'm thinking like one more critter of some kind that makes it a terrifying place to be. I'm thinking something equivalent to a wolf. It doesn't need to be a wolf. It doesn't need to be wolf-shaped. It doesn't even need to be wolf-sized. But something that fits that slot in the danger meter, where maybe whatever this is, it hunts impacts. Maybe it's goblins. I don't know, like something akin to that. Something that mimics your shadow. Ooh, okay. Great minds think alike. You're also thinking something mimic related? Ooh, I do like that a lot. Can just say that there are packs of direwolves. No, yeah, true. That is true. Fight for territory against the deer thing. Yeah, we could say that. We could say that there are direwolves. I'm not so territorial that I'd throw the baby out with the bathwater in my quest for individuality within the fantasy scene. I wouldn't want to be like, but direwolves have been done before. Off with your head. I like the idea. Direwolves, and then something that lives in your shadow, or something that like hitchhikes. I think is very fun. You don't mean anything like a chest, you mean an adventurer mimic. Yeah, okay, so like almost like a what are they called? A changeling. Yeah, okay. Thinking something similar to coyotes, small but inedible. Incredibly good at corralling prey by using scary noises and closes in as a group. Well, we could play into the mirages and say that they're little coyote type things that actually mimic adventurers' voices. So, yeah, so like adventurers that have come through here in the past, maybe like, I'm looking for my mentor. My mentor came through here, and they hear their mentor off in the distance. Oh, he's that way. Oh, you've been tricked. You think you're satisfied with your September piece? Nice. Excellent. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. You like mimicry coyote things? Yeah. Yep. In Hunger Games, where the birds are crying out like their family members? Yes. Yep. Little black and red sparrows that call out haunting things. So looking around, you see nothing wrong, but it's super bad. I almost want like shadow creatures. How to put it to canvas? almost want shadow creatures that get larger and stronger and more solid the more that they elicit fear from things. Like, if somebody's confidently going through the Duskwoods, then they're like just like they're little thingies, and they start like trying to mess with people, but they've got no power type of deal. But then you've got things that you've got creatures that are more afraid of them, and then they start to get larger, bolder, more aggressive, and their influence becomes stronger, and it's almost like falling into a quicksand pit. Something that is adapted to other dangers of the Duskwoods. Well, that's my thought, is that like they use the ambience of the Duskwood to like push their advantage, if that makes sense. A nightmare? Ooh, yeah, okay. So almost like a spooky horse. Like a spooky carnivorous horse, a nightmare. How goes the building of worlds? We've got a bit of momentum. We're making stuff. We're making lots of stuff. Ignore that one. A little bit of crazy scribbles. Totally along the lines of coyotes. They don't hunt the prey if they don't think they can take it. That's my thought, is they start like teeny tiny little, almost like shadow globules. And then the more that they freak things out, the bigger and stronger and more confident they get. So it's like a very literal interpretation of the mentality of coyotes. Those eyes, reminding you of that scene from Full Metal Alchemist. I have only read it, but I assume I know what you're talking about. It's the Chimera scene. I'm not going to go any further than that, but it's the Chimera scene, yeah? Show's good. Stop for the night, though. Both tied. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Now, you shouldn't... There's binging the show because you enjoy it, and then there's binging the show because you have a moral obligation to finish it. I don't think it's worth doing that second one. Hi, Goblin. Hi. Seen the Nightmare Horse a little much? I do me. Yeah, like, no, it's definitely a thing that exists in other fiction. It's definitely... I like the name Nightmare, but I feel as though forcing it into... No, I think you're right. I think forcing it into that horse shape is a little bit much. As I said, I like the idea of it starting as just like a little blob and it becoming more coyote-like as it becomes more confident. I like that a lot. Could combine my art skill with your brain. Be so stoked just being able to put down sketches and images like this. It's fun. I've done exactly what you've said. I've tricked everybody in the tavern into helping me come up with ideas. And I don't suspect a thing. No, it's actually really fun. I wouldn't have thought of half of these things without everybody's assistance. You like the growing bit? I do like the growing bit quite a bit. You might need a one-day extension on your quest. Take a pay cut if it comes to that. Don't push yourself to try and hit this arbitrary time limit that you've placed. But at the same time, try to stick as close to it as you can. Even if you don't finish it, try to stick within that time limit, because I wouldn't want it to be the case where your work on it inflates out to like a month, 2 months. It drawls on. It becomes more of a chore than it is enjoyable. So if you're still having fun with it, please, by all means, but don't think of it as like an obligation. If you've had your fun with it and you're getting bored of it or you're getting tired of it, feel free to like hand it in and then move on to whatever you'd like for art in general. I'd hate for it to become painful. I would never just have it start. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. We need names. We need names for some of these things. If people are good at name making, we need a name for trees that secrete vine-like strands that latch onto people and make it difficult for people to struggle loose, we need a name for a Venus flytrap style vine that symbiotically works together with that tree in order to nom on people. We need a name for this nightmare creature that is both like elk, skeleton, werewolf thing. And we also need a name for this little globule creature that grows in size and confidence based on people's fear. I think I'm happy with that stable of creepy creatures. I think for now, we can always add in more, but I think this is a good stable to start with. A lovely stable selection. Okay. Now let's start thinking about, not good with names, some of my own. Brink. The fear creature, an itch. Ooh. Yeah, okay. I do like it being called an itch. I like that a lot. That's like simple enough to be used as like a creepy ghost story. That's so good. No, that's locked in. I'm not. That's gospel now. That is the thing. That's great. Give side eye to the glob creature because you're suffering from a thing called globus. Ooh. What have you made sure that you're not possessed by an itch at the moment? Because that may be the case. Explain the tree again. Okay, so the tree, it secretes a almost like it secretes strands of almost like ivy from its branches that dangle. Think a weeping willow, but the branches and leaves and strands, they're all like honeysuckle. Yeah. It's viscous. It grips onto you, almost like a web. So when you walk through this weeping willow, you're stuck to the strands. You have to like wrestle yourself loose. And when you're stuck to it, you're sending vibrations through them, almost like a spider web. And this man-eating plant lives wound around the branches of this tree. And when it feels the vibrations, it starts to unwind itself using its little roots. And it descends down the strands to like nom you and leave the bones for the tree. Very symbiotic. Hence the side eye. Think an itch is responsible for the awful thing, and he hears, oh no. Weeping death is, ooh. Ooh, I do like weeping death. Tongue willow, ugh. That's too visceral. Ugh, I got goosebumps. Weeping death, I feel, is like super dramatic. I do like that. I do like that a lot. I love how everybody's latched onto Weeping Willow and deconstructed the words. That's fantastic. That's brilliant. You're all geniuses. But I do like Weeping Death. I do like Weeping Death. Let me plug that in for now. Weeping Death. Could we actually, seeing as it's a symbiotic relationship between the two of them, could we break Weeping Willow into two words, right? Weeping Death for the tree, something willow for the symbiote. The Morning Vine to go with the Weeping Death. That is good. No, that is very good. Hi. You enjoying yourself? Occupying half of my chair? Thank you. Hi. So an example might be, let's see. like a morning, like if I were to use Billy's like morning vibe, morning willow, hungry willow, maybe a synonym for hungry. Devouring willow. No, that's a little bit on the nose. Voracious willow? No, it's a bit wordy. Willow feeder? Willow feeder could work. I almost want it to be the second word. Starving willow? Yeah, maybe. Maybe a starving... yeah, because I almost want it to be like weeping death and then something willow, so that you can kind of like place the words together to make... So what would starving... Oh. So... Oh my god, linguistics nerd time. You ready? Check this out. So if you've got weeping death, it'll be easier to just type it out. Let's do it this way. Oh yeah, no, I want type the size of the sun. Perfect. So if you've got weeping death and starving willow, if you place weeping willow together and then you isolate the other two words, it becomes starving death. And starving death being the concoction of both of these things is maybe the coolest thing, because I'm an edgelord, obviously. But that gives you such good vibes. I like, yeah, that's my thought as well. Control, shift, play. So emo, we love it, but that's my thought, yeah. Wait, is that too complicated though, to refer to this conglomerate as starving death, and then to break it into, well, you've got the weeping death and you've got the starving willow, but then together they're the starving death. I don't know. I feel like I think it's so specific that it makes sense for, because like things in this world are that complicated for no reason. I feel as though it adds like a little bit of texture to like the origin of things. Let it be complicated because it's two things, which is complicated. Yeah, thank you for giving me permission. Think it's fine? Yeah, I think so. Hungry Willows is still making you laugh as a game to play at the tavern. Oh my god, yes. That's incredible. Yes, please. Hungry Willows. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Incredible. Okay. Oh my! Look how productive we've been. We've got name for itch. We've got a name for weeping death. Starving willow. Or the starving death, if you were to just refer to it as a phenomenon. Now all we need is a name for this critter in the middle, and then we're good. We can sign off on this page. Bunch of plant mouths eating bone white balls of point. Yes, yeah. To fully mimic the Hungry Hippos format. Yes, perfect. Starving willow. I have to come up with how to play Hungry Willow. There's a board game that I think we grew up in Australia. Is it an Australian thing? I've got no idea. There's a game called Hungry Hippos where there's a circular arena, and you've got these hippo things on each of the quadrants of it, and there's a button on the top to like bash the top of the hippo, and it opens up its mouth and it eats these like little balls that are flying around the little arena that it's in. So the thing that Billy has very cleverly pieced together is that it could be a version of that, but with like the little Venus flytrap mouths. That's fun. The Weeping Death is also a drink served where a liquor is poured that acts like a lava lamp and stuff, slowly strings down into the drink below. Ooh. I don't know alcohol at all, so forgive me if you're describing an actual drink, because I haven't picked up on that at all. But if it's a concept that you've come up with that mimics the interaction for this, that's sick. That's awesome. Have the game in the US as well. It's such a fun game. It's a chaotic, frantic mess of a game. I'm so sorry for repositioning myself on the chair. I'm sorry for upsetting you. I didn't play it that much. I didn't realize how much of a staple it was until later on. This big creature of a single being, or are there multiple of them? It's a type of creature, so there would be multiple of them, but it doesn't. It's not like a symbiotic being in the same way, where it's not a conglomerate of lots of things stacked on top of each other. Although I do say that Noctua very helpfully linked this image that they've created in the past. And they're very they've very magnanimously donated the concept to the Duskwood, and the idea would be that this is made up of little mosslings, which are these dudes, little mosslings that are all stacked on top of each other, almost like mosslings in a trench coat that make like a big deity creature thing. It's very fun, very, very, very fun. Major diversion. Where's Rex? Rex is over here, actually. It's quite preposterous. That Rex is still going strong. Because it's been a million years, but he's still going. Look at him go. He's still going. I told you, he's still going. Stream's muted because you're in public, but girlfriend's in your anniversary 1 year was on September 30th, so like yesterday. Congratulations. Congrats. That's amazing. You love Big Mossling Guy? Really cool. Really, really, really cool. Mosslings is what one of your streamer friends calls a community. That's cute. Just like a real dinosaur. True. Sorry to interrupt. No, not at all. Your impulsive curiosity got the best of you. I appreciate your curiosity, because he's been hanging out, but I haven't wanted to touch him much, just because he is getting a little bit deflated, just a little bit. But it's not like he's dropped in elevation or anything. It's just parts of the balloon just don't have any helium in them anymore. How long's it been? Good Lord. So it's the first today. It's been 2 months. October, September. Oh. Hello? Oh no. Sorry, Pixie. Haven't made a formal entrance yet. Perfect. Literally, as soon as stream opened, I think we had 6 or 7 people immediately throttle themselves into the pit. It was actually incredible. Okay, so we've got itches, we've got weeping deaths, we've got starving willows, we've got dire wolves potentially as roving like large scale critters that can compete with these things. We need a name for these things at this point. Couldn't have done it better if she tried. I know, like all of the setup as well. Like, all right, everybody, I'm going to avoid the pit now. Shabam. Stalkers. Yeah, that could work. Simple, effective, really like easily communicated to like, hey kids, don't go out at night. The stalkers will get you. Yeah, no, I completely. As a goblin pit, you start in the pit as a goblin, as a pit goblin. Sorry, as a pit goblin, you start in the pit and roll to see if you leave. You did not leave today by a landslide. Stalkers. There we go. Boom. Page complete. You like stalkers? Made you think of bone walkers as well? Well, the thing that I like about stalkers specifically is it doesn't allude to any of it. So if you just hear like, oh, did you hear like the screaming of the stalkers last night? It's like, oh God, what is that? And then if you were to see one for the first time, you've been given nothing. You've been given nothing to go off of. So you just see this thing and you're, yeah, no, that's a stalker right there. I do like bone walkers though. I do like bone walkers. Incredibly territorial. If you see one staring at you, turn the other way without breaking eye contact. This is a warning that you're about to enter their land. If you don't see it anymore, it's probably too late. Ooh, I do like that. Your quest. Should you be trying to paint the tavern look like what I'm painting, or do your own thing? Absolutely do your own thing, if you can hear me. If you can hear me, do your own thing. I'd like to see your rendition. It doesn't have to be the same. If anything, the more voices that we get, the more like ideas that get generated. And then to see it and be like, oh, so this thing will follow me, stalk me, which is, yeah, exactly. It's like, frick. Oh, so that's what they look like. You think with the stalkers, it would be fun to gauge how successful they are as hunters, like how their antlers are referred to 5 point, 10 point, etc. So the more points their antlers have, the more dangerous they are. Oh, yeah, okay. And then not only is it, so the more points the antlers have, the more successful it is as a hunter, and then maybe like the more like moss and forest debris grow off of it, like maybe have like fungal growths and stuff growing off the back of them. Like the more of that going on, the older they are, and you're like, oh my God, it's an elder stalker is maybe maybe an awful name, but you know what I mean. Xerneas ones, yeah, yep. So you see a big one with large hauntlets? Yes, exactly. Immediately, viscerally terrifying. Like, oh God, I am fricked. Actually, Pixie, do you mind if I take Bone Walkers and I turn it into something else? Do you mind if I do that? Is that cool? I like the idea of there being a cult of people that live in the Duskwood that worship the Stalkers, and they're called Bone Walkers. So we're all going to have good dreams tonight? Yeah, yep. So Bone Walkers have like essentially cosplay as these things in like these big like root woven ponchos with like skulls and like teeth around necklaces and stuff. Hope to ascend into a stalker. Yes, and they truly believe that if they live the life of like one of these stalkers, they will become one. Yeah. Canon? Yeah, I reckon. That's sorry, not to pat myself on the back for that one, but oh God, that was good. You know, an idea hits right when you get like a shiver. Creepy dark patch desk. Yes. They'd look fabulous as well. Make believe is so much like. Isn't it just? Here, let me quickly do like a little chippy version. You've got the poncho. And then maybe they've got a spear as well. And they're called Bone Walkers. Perfect. Like the cosplaying cultists, right? An itch could never fight a stalker. It doesn't have fear. Oh, for sure. No, it's a complete concrete wall. Cultists covered the antlers of a deceased stalker, so they're rare to find. They could be a very valuable item outside the forest. Yeah. But they'd never kill a stalker. No. It would just be if a stalker were to pass naturally, and they'd find the skull. Do stalkers make itches shrink? Yeah, I reckon if a stalker moves through an area, I'm imagining a scene vividly in my head of you're cornered, your lantern is going out, like the light is flickering, you're surrounded by itches, you're pooping yourself actively, like massive shadows behind the itches as well that are like elongated and overly emphasized, and then all of a sudden they start to shrink and cower and part, and then a stalker walks through and you're like, oh no, I'm actually dead. Oh frick. Oh, that's so good. Great way for travelers to know a stalker's in the area. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Adventure disguises as a stalker. Do itches run away from them? Yeah, that could be the case, where bone walkers don't have to worry about itches either, because itches just assume that based on their silhouette, they're working with a yeah, that could work. Especially since bone walkers are attempting to emulate stalkers, right? So they're attempting to go through with like no fear, you know? You want to rewrite your entire Daggerheart session for tomorrow night? No, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm cheating. I said this from the outset. I'm cheating. I've got the most powerful think tank in all of Brink working together on this. So do not even. I wish to experience Billy's Daggerheart. Please don't take that away from me. Okay, so we've absolutely nailed this page. So we were looking at sort of the cozy elements of Duskwood, and then we're looking at the creepy elements of Duskwood. Of course, we nail the creepy bits. I'm not beating the edgelord allegations. It's never happening. You want to put a Duskwood in your world for them to stumble across? Oh, that'd be sick. By no means am I like keeping this to myself, by the way. If you want to adopt some of these elements, please feel free. You want to play as a Bone Walker trying to return to the Duskwood Hollows now? Oh, I mean, we've spoken a little bit about the idea of everybody canonically being like a patron of the tavern, right? So if you wanted to be one of these creatures or play a particular role in the world, I think that's fine. I think that's absolutely fine. I mean, heck, Digi's already claimed to be a pit goblin, so it's free to do as you like. Okay, so we've covered magic is whimsical but not powerful. The tech is like just below steampunk. I suppose we should look into like aesthetic and like outfits that people could wear, that kind of thing at this point. With lofty aspirations. Oh, but of course. From pit to peak, hell yeah. Actually, before we go into aesthetic, in terms of like costume and stuff, dun dun dun, it's Wolf. Hi, Wolf. Before we go into attire, I reckon we go specifically. So we've been working almost exclusively within the Duskwood Hollows as a macro. I reckon we go micro now, and we go to tall, tail, respite. Are there creatures that only exist in this glade. That's awful. My handwriting is actively getting worse. It's crumbling. Oh, good lord. Respite. Good enough. Good enough. Are there creatures that only exist in this little glade, in this clearing where the tavern exists? Let you see if you make it out. Oh no. The pit is getting more and more comfy. Dear, dear. How you going, Wolf? How you been? How's your week been? Gonna head to bed now. Maybe scribble a few ideas of your own in your D&D journal, since this is so inspiring. Yes, it's working. Excellent. Nice. Congratulations. What are you doing with your 20, Minnow? Come save us. You hear bleated from inside the pit. What do we reckon? I'm thinking some sort of firefly-like creature. You've got your classic firefly, right? What do we want to do with it? How many people can you rescue with a 20? Ooh. How many people would you like to rescue? I think it's Bottle has asked for help so far, so that's one at the very least. If you want to rescue, I think with a 20 you're just by default rescuing one person. But if you want to rescue more, describe to me what that looks like, and we'll see what we can do. Time for some sleep. Have some good make-believe times. It's good for the soul. It is. It absolutely is. Have a good night, bud. Sleep well. Been busy. After being sick, then a week of school, been 2 weeks of work experience, and then 2 days of production rehearsal. Oh, incredibly busy. Now you're trying to figure out how to alter a dress you have, since you're going to wear it for a couple of parties and do a gothic look, which you've never done before. Oh, okay, cool. No, fair enough. I'm not working on a fabric per se, but I'm working on a costume for the first time at the moment for PAX that's coming up this year. And that's going pretty well. I've got the structure of the mask so far. Now I just need to adhere it and then paint it. It's just going to be a little bit of a thing. Yeah. Okay. So if we've got a firefly-like creature, do we just say it's a firefly and move on to something else, or do we want to maybe reflavor it? You wish you could go to PAX. It looks cool. It's changed. It's changed over the years. PAX used to be very much so like video game convention, and I guess there's like board games and card games and stuff there too. But very slowly and surely it's kind of pivoted in the other direction, where it's becoming less and less about new games, because new games aren't really coming out that often. Because it's a lot of live service stuff now. New games as a phenomenon have kind of gone by the wayside. And it's slowly but surely become more about board games, card games, tabletop experiences, art and that kind of thing, which is really cool. It's my kind of jam. So I'm enjoying it more. But if you're in it for the video game side of things, you might be a little bit disappointed. Tie yourself to a pillar and descend into the pit to rescue Billy and Bottle. Yeah, okay, with a 20, I reckon you do it successfully. Ah, there you go. Boom. One in each hand, you ascend back to the well-illuminated tavern. When you looked at it a couple of years ago, it was a lot of video games and stuff. Yeah, a lot less nowadays. Still video game stuff, but not nearly as much. You're eternally grateful? Hell yeah. What am I working on tonight, though? world building for the Tavern. So the Tavern, as it exists currently, has kind of been around for a few years now, but we haven't fleshed out concepts around the Tavern up until very recently. So last Wednesday we started our first world building stream. We come up with a concept for the world, which is like a big fractured egg called Brink. We've come to the understanding that the Tavern exists in a big, basically desolate, terrifying forest called Duskwood Hollows. And then specifically within Duskwood Hollows, that's where you find Tall Tale Respite. And in Tall Tale Respite, that's where the Tavern is. So we're going through and fleshing out these concepts. So we've got creepy forest concepts for like why the Duskwood is terrifying. We've got cute forest concepts for why it's kind of, it's kind of endearing as well, just on the side. And then just slowly but surely fleshing out the concept, A round of mead, here. I'll join in on that. Cheers. Delish. Squid, one of the very few that didn't end up in the pit. Nice. So yes, we've got some names, we've got some concepts, we've got an incredibly crude world map, but that's fine. That's fine for now. We're using it to come up with ideas, and then I can go through and refine it afterwards. But yeah, having a lot of fun. A lot of fun. You thought you sent prep notes to Cloud, but it was you ranting during a voice chat. You're partially rewriting lore. That's fine. I reckon that's fine. Retcons happen all the time. You came to Till. Just got done streaming yourself. How'd you go? Did you have fun? I like the idea of the Firefly being something akin to almost like a spore. Like a fluffy thing. So tempted to just like chuck eyeballs on it. Like, yay. Okay, there we go. Boom. Firefly spore thing. Done. But I don't think that quite tackles it. Had fun. Played some Risk of Rain 2 with some friends, as well as co-streamed with one of them. Fun. That's really fun. That's really cool. Did you win? I almost want it to be almost like a little beetle that doesn't have the ability to fly, and it's grabbed onto something that does. But it's the beetle that illuminates. I don't know. Maybe the fireflies are things that are attached to the wood of the tavern. They have to be flicked off. You have to be careful about, because if you hit it just right, they puff out more spores. Oh, I do like that. Yes, okay. I do like that a lot. How about a bug that's aquatic? So you're saying like almost like those water walkers, the little things with like really big long legs that skate across the water surface? Had a 70-minute run. Is that good? Is that good? Also, 2 days ago, you acquired your very own groan tube. I don't know what is that. Is it the thing where you flip it over and it goes pew? Kind of like huntsman spiders and their babies. Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe not in that direction. Yes? Ah, sick. Fireflies that latch onto fish. Water beetles of some kind. Don't know. Used up all your good ideas. No, you're good. You've come up with some gems. Don't apologize. I like Fire's idea of almost like these little puff balls that latch onto things, and they're incredibly light, so they just they float around, and maybe they make like chime noises as they float through the air, and then you've got me with a broom running out to the front of the tavern, like, Brick, you get out of here, like knocking them off the front of the facade. Basically means you completed the first few levels, which there were like 4 or 5, and then you loot, but by the end of it you had like 100 plus items each. Hot damn. Doing about 10k damage with one ability, and you weren't even killing enemies fully. Oh no. Love it. Yep. You just like the idea of seeing me as a grumpy old man running around with a broom. Maybe refers to them as glow bugs, even if they're not actually insects. Something? I don't know. My naming sensibilities are awful. Guilty as Chan. Yeah, say Brick. I knew it. Fire spores sounds way too aggressive for what these things are. It shouldn't be fire spores. But that's kind of what they are. Now, because of their properties, now I'm imagining some loony who goes around collecting them, and has just like covered themselves head to toe in these spores, and candle bugs. Oh, I do like that. I do like the idea of them being called candle bugs. They're not insects, they're not bugs, but it's just what they're colloquially referred to as. You'll continue to crochet a new scarf as you look out over at the tavern window from your rocking chair and quietly cackle, watching me struggle to get rid of them. How dare. How dare. Should be official. The official name for them. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. It's a apparently very anti-science setting. So no Latin for anything. These are officially candle bugs. Then I'm imagining as I was saying, some loony who goes around dressed up, completely covered in candle bugs, and is a candle bug enthusiast. Chuck a pair of glasses on that thing. What are we naming this fine individual? Would absolutely sit outside and get covered in them, and then you'll walk inside and shake yourself like a dog and see deal with the snow. Frick. I'm actively being pestered by my friends at the tavern. Frick. It's like, just clean the floor, Brick. They're getting their fluff everywhere. So we've got a candle bug enthusiast of unknown identity, at least at this point in time. So we've got candle bugs. What else do we have? Just limited to Telltale Respite. Absolutely not allowed into the tavern until the candle bugs have been beaten off of them. Oh no, for sure. I'm going around with like the rug beater, like the wire like spring looking thing with the handle on the end. And you just go, oh, get over here. Okay. So we've got candle bugs. What else? What else do we have? For some reason, I can't explain it. It's just in my brain. Forgive me for my stupidity. Are you familiar with what a cassowary is? There's talking about exclusive creatures. Yeah, exactly. Exclusive to the Tall Tale Respite specifically. So just this little glade, clearing area with the waterfalls and stuff. Incredibly local. We were done with dangerous creatures. Well, here's the thing. For some unexplainable reason, inexplicable, I suppose is the better way of putting it. Cassowary. It's not how you spell it. There you go. For some reason, in my brain, I'm like, you know what? I reckon there's just one cassowary type creature. When I say one cassowary type creature, I don't mean one type. I mean there is just one, and it just hangs out near the tavern sometimes. It doesn't need to be cassowary specifically. It doesn't even need to look specifically like this. But I don't know why. It's in my brain. It's in my brain. We've just got one. You ready? Hear me out. Walk with me. The idea is that at one point in time, it got smuggled into the tavern as a chick, and then it's just grown up near the tavern and is just now a thing that exists in Tall Tale Respite. Not native to the area, is an absolute menace, isn't like repopulated, it's just the one. One is good. I don't know why, but in my head, one is good, yeah. The bin chicken, but also a bird dinosaur. That's my thought, is I lean more into like that, like that bird dinosaur aesthetic, yeah. Without going full Jurassic Park, obviously. Is really good at sensing dangerous creatures. Throw leftovers at it to keep it around. Ooh, okay. So it's kind of what keeps the clearing a little bit safe, yeah. It's a good alarm. Yeah. That makes sense. Hi, Ghoulie. Hi. 18 times, good lord. Okay, but I want it to be a little bit more dinosaur, a little bit less bird, So I'm almost tempted to be like, okay, like keep this kind of shape. Then give it maybe a wing. It's flightless. Accentuate that kind of back feather business. And then go full raptor with its feet. You know what I mean? Like kind of turn everything about it up to 11. How's the world building? Yeah, going well. The call of the cassowary is the lowest frequency sound made by any bird and borders on infrasound. Excuse me, what? Well, now I have to check. That's a frog. That's a toad. That's insane. You kidding? Adds Kia. Sorry, I'll check it out again in a second. That's insane. It literally rattles your ribcage. No, thank you. No, thank you. Literally a dinosaur. Yeah. Literally a dinosaur. Yeah. Same with emus. It's called booming. I consider myself boomed. How you going, Lex? How's your day been? Welcome back. Here, let me just, for anybody who missed this dreadful noise, you ready? You ready for it? Prepare yourselves. This is what a cassowary sounds like when it's booming, apparently. You can't tell me that's not a toad. I hear a bird making that noise. I'm running. I'm running in the opposite direction. Went to a sanctuary once, heard that feeling booming, awakened some primal fear, and yeah, I can imagine. So scary about this creature to ward off all the dangerous ones. Well, like, it emits a sound that rattles their bones. Terrifying. Preparing that I'm about to play Never Gonna Give... Yeah, right. That would have been... If I was some sort of monster, that would be the perfect opportunity to rickroll everyone, yeah. Actually so sick. Everyone in the tavern feels it in their bones as the creature calls out when something dangerous is nearby. Defensive stations. Yeah. So this bird feels something encroaching on its territory. It does a boom. It does some booms. Does 5 big booms. And then everybody freaks out. Yeah. Maybe creatures have come to associate the booming with the tavern because there's a bunch of people inside that can collectively protect the tavern. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So it's less so that it's terrifying and more like it's an unmistakable noise. There's no misunderstanding that that's the sound that they're hearing and or feeling, that they're in close proximity with the tavern. There's a tree by the tavern, right? A special tree? There is a tree by the tavern. I've never considered it. We can absolutely make it a special tree. Yeah, makes sense. Castle War. Yeah, exactly. We're going to Castle War. Wow. Great idea, right? Wishing Tree is a little bit overdone, I think. So going with a Wishing Tree, I think, is a little bit too cliche. I'm fine to play into some cliches, but that one just feels a little like lazy. Ancestral Tree, again, it's like, I don't think this is that kind of sentimental place. Like, this isn't... The tavern is a place of community, but it's not a place of, like, ancestry, you know? So that, again, chuck that out the window a little bit. Always thought of it as being a meaningful tree rather than a special one specifically. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, sentiment can make it a special tree, you know? It doesn't necessarily have to do a magic thing. It could light up during celebrations. You know, when everybody's feeling festive, maybe the tree like illuminates in the darkness of the duskwoods, you know. So it doesn't do anything particularly special, but it's like it's a sentimental tree. Didn't hear if you were supposed to make the tavern look a certain way for the quest because of that. Right. Sorry, I did want to get back to you on that one. Thank you for reminding me. No, it doesn't need to look a certain way. If you've got an image in your head of what the tavern looks like to you, I would love to see your rendition of what the tavern looks like. Mine is my rendition. I'm not by any means instilling that on other people. I'm not saying you have, like, this is absolutely what it looks like. You can't put it on Mars. You can't, like, you know, whatever you like as part of your rendition of it. If you think of it as being more loopy and wacky, go with that. If you think of it as being more like realistic, like no magic, there's no magic here, it's just trees, you can do that too. I don't mind. It's entirely up to you. It's just a tree. The shape is iconic as you approach. It's decorated by people. Maybe the tree is bonsai in comparison to the other trees in the Duskwood, but it's just a regular sized tree. I like the idea of it inheriting stuff from how, like, its close proximity with the tavern. Someone found a big ass tree and decided that's where the center of town was. Kind of that, yeah. Like that sentiment, but then it inheriting a property from that sentiment. Because it's the kind of thing that you can do in a magical setting. Maybe one of the branches of the tree was used as a foundation building of the tavern. Ooh. Yeah, okay. The core of the tavern was made from one of the branches of the tree. Yeah. Potentially, yeah. Could be one of those that people tie wishes and stuff onto the branches or something to make the tree special without it being magical. Well, that's what I initially said, was like wishing tree is super duper overdone. Like a lot of people do wishing tree, but that kind of sentiment I do like. You're trying to make it pretty big? Yeah, by all means. People pin little items to the tree as a way to say you were here. Yeah, okay. So similar to the tavern markings, where people like mark the tree as one of the tavern goers. Yeah, potentially. The tree bears fruit that are used to make drinks at the tavern. I like that. Yes, Minnow, I like that a lot. Yeah, okay. So maybe as part of cultivating the tree, like different spells are cast on the tree to grow different fruits, which are then used in different drinks. Marking the tree gives you bad vibes. Yeah, plus like the tavern markings already kind of exist, right? It's almost like the same thing done again. Not to say that's a bad idea. Sorry, not to like stomp. Not my intention. Yeah, I like the idea of different fruit being grown on it for different drinks in the tavern. That's fun because it ties it into the tavern specifically. That plume on the head is giving me early 2000s hairstyle vibe, and I'm just not digging it. So let's find another way to. It's gotta be me. Yeah, exactly. No Backstreet Boys, no. Instead of pinning items to the tree, everyone leaves a small item on it before leaving from the Duskwood for good luck. Leaving for the Duskwoods, right. Yeah, okay. This cassowary has frosted tips. No, don't tell me that. Frick. Okay, do I have to actually go with like? Okay, there we go. See, it's bone. It's no longer feathers, it's bone up there. Boom. Dinosaur, more dinosaur cassowary. I should actually take the cassowary off my screen now. Okay. I like the idea of tavern goers leaving offerings by the tree before they depart from the tavern. Not into the Duskwoods, because people don't tend to travel through the Duskwoods often. I like the idea of you're about to like leave back to whichever part of Brink you're from. So you go and leave an offering by the tree before you depart. And you do it because it makes the drinks more tasty. Like, you leave offerings and nobody can prove it, but like, obviously, if you leave offerings by the tree, the next time you come around, you'll have a good drink. Little stone shrine that Akris stopped at, or one of those by the base of the tree. Yeah. Okay, we could do that. Could definitely do that. I like how comprehensive the horror page, incredibly comprehensive. It all like connects to each other really well. You can see the themes across it. Cut to candle bugs, weirdo covered in candle bugs with glasses, dinosaur cassowary. It's just completely all over the place. It's gone. It's gone. Is the little shrine by the tree, is that in remembrance of something that came before the tavern? It could be, this is like a little like heavier in terms of storytelling, but I think we can handle it. It could be that somebody had initially become stranded here with maybe like an adventuring party. The other members of the adventuring party died due to how inhospitable the Duskwoods were. But the one surviving member of the adventuring party managed to adapt to the environment, built the tavern, and then left that little like shrine as like a little remembrance spot to like a memorable exactly, to like remember the other party members. Potentially. And then the little shrine can influence what fruit are grown on the tree. So like before you leave from Telltale Respite, either you're heading to other parts of Duskwood, or you're leaving through the tavern network to get back to wherever you're from in Brink. You leave a little offering there, and then hopefully by the time that you get back, the fruit that is the core ingredient to that drink that you really like is one of the many fruits that grow on the tree when you make your way back. moss-covered rocks, old worn red thread twisting around it. Yeah, yep. With like a little plate in front, like a little stone plate or something, where everybody just leaves little trinkets and stuff that all in hopes to, one, like honor the old party members, but two, influence what fruits grow. I like that. That's like not so magical to where it's like superpower, but like a little bit whimsy. Drop an apple in it. Yeah, haha, you've found me. Here, have a Korok seed. Ah, yes. I now have 300 Korok seeds. How many more Korok seeds do I need? Hello? Hello? 300 is almost the total, right? Right? Sword, and then, I don't know, a spear or something? Jade, hi. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. Welcome. How you going? Okay, so we've got candlebugs. We've got a candlebug enthusiast of no name at this point in time. Still shopping around for a name, by the way. If you come up for a name for the candlebug enthusiast, I'm all on board. We've got a cassowary type creature again. No name for that one quite yet. And then we've got the founding tree, maybe the founding tree. The candle collector. Yes, perfect. Got it in one. Candle collector. Beautiful. Beautiful. The founder's tree is nice. Yeah. Yep. You got tree business going on. Brick. Run out of real estate, almost breaking immediately. Why did I have to make the cassowary so big? You know what? Easy done. Shrink out a little bit. Just a little bit. We've got a tree. How you going, Jade? How's your week been? Hope it's treated you well so far. We are currently world building within the setting of Brink. This tavern for the longest time was just as it is. It's just a magical art tavern that has, you know, pretty nice vibes, and that was the end of it. That was the gist of it. But relatively recently, people have voiced an interest in expanding on the lore a little bit more. And who am I to disagree with such an incredible recommendation, especially given that people have been really enjoying jumping into the goblin pit that exists underneath the tavern. So I've been going through, and if it's two, does it make it a pattern? If it's been 2 Wednesdays in a row that we've been doing world building for. Either way, last Wednesday and this Wednesday, we've been doing world building streams, and it's been really fun. Really, really, really fun. I've been having a blast. Founders tree. There we go. What's our raptor bird called? Frick, I've got no clue. I've got no freaking clue. I also feel like there should be like one more cutesy element. I know we've got mosslings, we've got fungals, and we've got rock crabs, which are like little guys. But I want those to be able to be distributed throughout the entire Duskwood, whereas I want one little critter that tries to stay within Talltale Respite, specifically because it's a safe place to hang out, to exist within the Duskwoods. Little guy, little critter. Is everyone familiar with... There's a Pokemon. Of course it's a Pokemon. Of course it's a Pokemon. Why not? Why not? I can think of it. Pokemon... Clodsire, I think? There is a Pokemon called... No, not Closure. Clodsire. Did I stutter? I did, because I misspelled it. There is a Pokemon called Clodsire. And it's just a little guy. When I say a little guy, it's not a little guy at all. It's a big guy. But I love the idea of like little critters like this, little salamander type things that live in the water in this area. There we go. That scratches the edge. Yeah. Yeah. But what makes them unique? What's a fun element that we can drag into it? He's great. He is. I love Clodsire so much. I have yet to find a way to make Clodsire work in competitive Pokemon, but I swear I will. I'll find a way. Okay. So if it's not Clodsire specifically, what do I want? Almost like tadpole salamanders, maybe? I know we're very quickly encroaching on axolotl territory when I say this. Something like that. Hi, Pretender. Hi. You're here to say goodbye. Oh, have a good day, bud. Have a good evening, depending where you are. Since it's almost time. Fair, fair. Only a few minutes left. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had fun. Look after yourself, bud. See the Super Silly Clodsire and Quagsire theme cover in TCG for that recent event? You loved it. I did not. No, I didn't see it. Had fun coming up with names? Oh, glad to hear. Glad to hear. I'm gonna have my hands full. I'm gonna have to sit here writing all of this up in some sort of summary. I never did write up that summary from the last one. I should. Hi, Goblin. Hi. What? Just got these two doofuses sitting with their mouths agape on a dog. Incredible. Hi. How you going? Oh, thank you for the headbutts. I appreciate that. No, you can't push away from my desk because you'll make my chair spin. I should. Hi. Do you want to say hello to everyone? Yeah. Are you visible? Oh, we've got ears. Hi. Oh, look at that. Hi. Oh, cheeky thing. Oh, thank you for whacking me in the face. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Bear has started wanting butt scratches recently too. Clearly jealous. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. No, thank you. I appreciate the thwack in the face. No, it's fun. I like that. Lays almost completely on his tummy. Then backblade stretches. Yep. Yep. Button here? Yep. No, that is the way. Oh. Quickly hush those. Snooze. Or in terms of last little bit of productivity before we close up shop. So we've got the threads. The threads are what connect the different shorelines of the fractures. But we never did come up with what we'd want the material itself to be, like the properties of the material itself. Fire very aptly pointed out that we could style it around magnetic repulsion. I do like that. I do like that a lot. If that's the case, then the term the force comes to mind, but good lord, no. So not in that direction, but something like that, a simile to that. You originally suggested a bunch for it. The fuzz. Hell yeah. Would have to check out last week's stream to see exactly what you said. What did we have? What did we have from the psychotic ramblings? Not that the suggestions were psychotic, more so that my choice of data collection was awful. Like, of way to data collect. Refuge, Tempest, Vortex, Rivulet, Reservoir, Atlas, Brink, Verge, Rift, Fissure, Rupture, Fracture. No, none of these terms really speak to like the nature of it. The Expanse, no. The So what do we know about it? We know that it's produced by the core. We know it's what keeps the plates expanded. We know that it can bunch up into threads, which are then used to sail across. We know that it can be sunk into. We know that whales, like these like big celestial whale things, live in it. Replace arcs with sure. The threads have tangible density. If you fell overboard while over a thread, it's similar to falling overboard in the ocean, but instead of drowning in water, you're pulled along by the tension of the magic through its current. Yes, yeah. In the thread specifically. So that's what like this material behaves like when bunched. The pool. Soup. God, could you imagine if it's called the soup? In the world of Brink, we have this monumental planet that started small and then shattered into 1,000 crustial pieces with soup connecting all of the... Mentioning that there were threads meet the land masses, similar to the bioluminescent beaches at nighttime. Yeah, yep. You picture it as some kind of wind or thin fluid that's always flowing upwards. Ooh, okay. The fluid. Absolutely not. The juice. Yeah, the juice. I'm noodle soup. Oh, noodle soup. Very faint auroras. Ooh. They just could, it could be referred to as the auroras. You have Brink, the plates that it's comprised of, the auroras that connect them all, and then the threads that are bunched up from the auroras that are actually traversable. Like aurora thread kind of is a thing. And it immediately gives like a shimmering kind of a thing, kind of not a thing visual. You know what I mean? Like it's a semi-transparent phenomenon that's like otherworldly. I feel as though it summarizes all of those feelings. What do we reckon? Does that fly? Light streams? Sailing is called riding the Aurora. Yeah? Well, it would still be you're on thread specifically. What about the stuff? Yeah, exactly, the stuff. The stuff, it encapsulates it perfectly. So just to clarify, you've got this space in between. You've got the space in between the plates that is covered in this field that pushes the plates to where they are. Like the plates can't fall towards the core because the field is in the way, right? And then the field also can bunch up a little bit, and whenever it bunches up, it coagulates into what's known as threads, and you use the threads to sail. So you sail from this continent to this plate to that plate using these threads as your traversal method. Trying to have a force that envelops the entirety of the plates. Your thought is that the core holds the plates in place and the threads are the tangible manifestation of the arcane gravity. Your thought was that there was nothing else there. Where it is kind of nothing. Like you can't sail on this. You can't interact with it, but it's still a thing that exists. That it's the force that pushes out the plates. It's the thing that exists. It's the bubble. But it doesn't become tangible or heck even visible until it bunches. And when it bunches, it becomes threads. Is what I have in my head, at the very least, based on what we've spoken about previously. So it means that if you're looking at the planet, you're not seeing this stuff. How big is a ship on my drawing there? I don't know. So if these are plates and then you've got continents that are like this big or whatever, a ship would be like friggin' that big. I guess. You can have like a bunch of them, like all sailing like parallel to each other. Be completely fine. Even that's like a little bit too big. Teeny tiny little tiny vessels. Thinking that the threads are as thick as that whole line area. Yeah. No, I agree. I don't think these threads are... You're not following a cable. It's not like you attach your ship to a thread and then off you go. Threads are more in reference to like these big... Aurora, I guess, for lack of a better term. These big Aurora strips of saleable bit. I still think it'd be interesting to have specialized, highly valuable vessels that don't need to traverse over strands. Perhaps they can make it different than sailing on ocean or walking through paths. Yeah, okay. So, almost like airships, yeah. Or things almost like hot air balloons that use the radiation from the core as a lift. So you can only really fly across these sections using these really specialized craft. Big old balloon ships, yeah. Potentially. So what does the core produce? Can we lock in Aurora for what does the core produce? Aurora in reference to the force that like pushes out the plates. Is that cool? Do we mind if we lock that in? Your idea is ships with massive wings or fins, like the concept you produced? Yeah, I mean, that could work, right? Where, I'm thinking that those kind of ships would work on the threads. Because that's what they're paddling with. Like, the fins are paddling through this stuff. But for this stuff in between, as Billy said, like it's intangible mostly. You'd need like a really specialized thing in order to coast on it, kind of almost like parachute style. I couldn't imagine it being sailed on. It's too intangible. Sailed on works because you have wind. Yeah, but it would be. I'd like the idea of it being separate from water sailing. I don't want it to be this. I don't want it to be the one and the same with water sailing. I like the idea of it being a water ship that is fitted with something specific that allows it to traverse threads. Sailing on it works regularly, but you feel the buoyancy difference right away. Solar sails, like on Treasure Planet. I'm thinking almost like what Fire recommended before, where you almost like plate the underside of your ship with something akin to magnets, which help to like, which is then what was happening with the whale creatures, was that they rub themselves against like these crystalline structures, have bits break off in them, and then they use that to kind of fulfill that same purpose, you know, and then that allows them to swim through the threads as well. We should start wrapping up though, because a minute and a half left. I want to nail this particular aspect because it's kind of been floating. Magnets hut, yeah, exactly. No freaking idea. As a bona fide clown, I struggle with the concept of magnets. They don't use that to swim. They just grow. It just grows on them because they already swim there. No. I like the idea of it being a behavioral thing that they've learned to do, like intuitively. Like that, the creature has come to adopt this behavior in order to do this. I like it not being inherently part of the creature's biology. That it's a thing that it does, and then that's how it like has learned to survive. Given the new state of the world. Traditional ships are large and bulky to keep water out. Thinking these specialized ships are the opposite, basically flat, very thin and lightweight. I think what we need to do is we need to really set in concrete like what is what. Because I feel like we're almost talking past each other. Like, I'm talking about one thing, Billy's talking about something else, Minno's talking about something else entirely. Like, it's almost like we're having three conversations past all three of us. And then we're trying to talk together, and then the conversation's getting blitzed because we're trying to like apply our concepts to other people's concepts, and it's just not working anymore. Can you have Brink on screen? Yeah, sure. Can you have a conversation to, but of course. There you go. There's Brink. Unless you want the map, the scuffed map. Need code name. which is why I'm trying to come up with concept names, because if we can talk about like what the material is, we can talk about what the material is, then it means that we're not talking past each other's concepts, because we can be like, it's this, and then point to it type deal. You are hungry? I was going to say I'm glad to hear, but that's awful. You should eat. I presume Billy has taken his screenshot, so I'm going to move that off the screen. So yes, let's quickly, new document. Having a great time painting the tavern in cool hues. Ooh. Let's grab this, copy, paste, perfect. Okay, so the plates are these things. Could be a different name. Then we've got continents, which are the land masses. We've got the core. Oops. Image sent. This is how you're imagining the thread area. Okay. Let's have a look. No, it's too sparse. But then again, no, I shouldn't throw out the idea. Like big. No, I'm thinking more like strings. They're big strings in the sense that you can move around in them quite a bit, but it's still strings. I'm imagining like a network of strings all over the place that kind of knit the world together like this. They're not so vivid. They're like super duper transparent, and it's just like a difference in density between one area and another. So you're not seeing all of this, but this is effectively what they do. Is they're knitting all bits of area around the world. And see if they're 2 squares wide at least. Yeah, around that kind of size. Not like full. They're not full oceans, like you've depicted. At least in my head. But I won't be a tyrant. Like if we talk about it and people prefer one over the other, I won't turn it down. But I'm imagining something akin to this. I feel like it has more of a craft feel, which I like. But again, to clarify, you're not seeing all of this. This is like, you usually see through to the core, like you're seeing through the aurora to the core. You might have like an occasional shimmer coming out from the core, but then there are just like areas of it, a special density within this aurora that are then dubbed threads that people sail across. They're like shipping routes, right? So you've got the core, you've got thread. Then the area in between is known as, like, the thing that the core produces is known as Aurora. But that, again, this can change. I've just chucked it in as a term to refer to because I feel like it's been dropped. Like, it's become confusing because I'll be referring to this, but then people think that I'm talking about this, or people might be thinking that I'm talking about this, or people might be so, like, just to clarify, like, what I'm talking about can be changed. The ones this thing can shift and are temporary. The ones that gives you the risk reward for pirates that I mentioned. They have faster currents, and then also have reliable wider areas that are consistent. Have lighthouses developed around. Well, these are still massive. Like, if this is a continent, you could totally build like a capital city here that is like a convergence point of like 3 different threads, and then that's immediately like a massive port that has a lighthouse and everything. It's just you're not going to always have. How big is Australia? I mean, probably about that big. Yeah, that's probably the size of Australia. Like that plus that is probably the size of Australia. Because don't forget, this is like a planet that's been like pushed out. Normally think of fantasy worlds as smaller. Well, yeah, I guess. But I want to be able to give enough real estate for people to be able to, because it's not super duper cohesive in the sense that one continent doesn't cover like all the stories. So it's not like a Westeros situation or a Middle Earth situation where you've got like one story going on. I want to be able to provide enough space for people to like do other things on the other side of the world. If that's my scale, then it now clicks and it makes sense to you. Boom. Gotta go box. Good luck. Enjoy. I'm gonna wrap up pretty soon now as well. Oh no, glitchy no. Just as I say it, I'm sorry. And then this would be ocean. Now that I've like put all the things on the screen, like all of the titles, all of the name cards. Minnow, are you saying that you want vessels that can travel from point A to point B, but not use threads? Quick question: can a Hexblood enter a Fey court? I suppose it depends on what setting. Sent concept on Tavern. Oh, yep. But thinking the bright pink. Okay. Herp. Thinking the bright pink short routes are the regular strings where the more common hybrid vessels can traverse. The light pink ones are thinner and longer versions of strings that require specialized vessels like the one you drew. Yeah, okay. Interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about like that level of internet connectivity for the world, because if you're limiting it to the stitches, to the threads, it means that you don't really have like super powerful vessels that can make like cross-world trips, because I don't know how I feel about that. Because it immediately goes from then like some people on the world all of a sudden get access to the whole world, which feels weird. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I'll have to think about it. Using threads to dictate the traversable area. What if you call what I have Aurora as the weave? Could do. Yeah, okay. Weave. Yeah, could do. You have a cool D&D character concept? Want to see it? Yeah, yes please. I will be wrapping up pretty soon though. I'm already about half an hour over. Good lord. So I might have to do it a little bit quickly. But if you're wanting me to spend a bit more time to go through it, I can always have a look at it next time. But yes, Minnow, to answer your concept, I feel like it's a little bit too big of an idea. Does that make sense? In the same way that like big magic and big technology can kind of destroy like the level of advancement of the world. I feel like that big of traversal similarly does the same thing, where if you've got characters that can go from one side of the world to the other in a single trip, it can become a little bit problematic. It's like, oh well, why is this continent isolated? Why does this technology not exist on the other side of the world if people are like constantly making those trips? Why do these people not talk to these people all the time? Because you know what I mean? Big magic is always the issue. Like larger magic concepts can always break settings, yeah. A Hexblood and classes a Paladin Oath of the Watchers and Sorcerer Wild Magic. That's a lot. That's a lot of concepts. But I mean, hey, if I'm the type of player who really likes to have just like the one class, maybe two. So as soon as you've introduced three, that's beyond my pay grade. It seems like a lot, but that's me as a player. You get it now? You agree it's a little bit powerful? I like the idea of that kind of ship being used on thinner threads. Like that's the kind of ship that pirates use to traverse on more risky routes. Like maybe a thread breaks off here and it becomes a shortcut, and pirates want to use that shortcut. They have to use that specialized vessel in order to make it through there because it doesn't have the same degree of buoyancy as maybe a main thread does. I really like that idea. If that jives with you. If it doesn't though, don't placate me. We can always talk about it more. Okay. So we've got some terms that we've nailed down. Smaller threads, shortcuts could be called strands. Okay. Smaller threads. Strands. I'll chuck question marks on them just for now, just so that it's not. I worry that if we get late into a stream and I've burned everybody's creativity to a crisp because we've come up with like all the good stuff early, and then we've got like one or two really resilient people who are like throwing out ideas, it no longer becomes a council anymore. It no longer becomes a think tank. It's just like one or two people firing off concepts. So I'll chuck a question mark at the end just so we can like the next time around we can propose it again, be like, okay, what do we think of this? And we can get a consensus going. need to rethink some stuff now that you're on the same page. Something for next Wednesday, for sure. Got the itch, pack it up. So yeah, exactly. No, we got the good one. I'm really happy with what we got. Loved the creepy vibes page. Loved the cozier page. We also got some of the more sort of unique elements of Tall Tale, which I appreciate as well. And we've ironed out some of the world concepts as well, which I do appreciate. Because then now that we've come up with those, with some of these terms, we can talk to each other using the same words. That's why we should talk about food. That's why I should start getting ready for sleep. It's 11 o'clock. I should start getting ready for bed. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Hope you had fun. We got a lot done. I'm going to have my hands full typing all of this up into some sort of summary. I needed to do a summary for last week as well. So look forward to that. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Thank you very much for joining. This is the final instance of Septamery. So if you don't have your Septamery entries in, quick, do it before next stream, because as of next stream, we're switching over to Pittober for the prompt of October. So look forward to that. Yeah, I'm away on Friday, so no stream on Friday, but there will be a stream tomorrow. Look forward to that. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a lovely weekend. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves. I'll catch you around. Oh, look forward to the quest art. It looks really cool. Check it out. It's so cool.